Spidey's Outback time. Time to roll that intro.
Say goodbye to Remy's place. Looking for my friends on a Saturday. Where's Fantastic Lady, Chip and Journey, Beckerman and Robbie Fatstacks? And they're like, don't you watch MadSpidey'S Outback? Where Lemmy shows up just like that. Live chat here with YouTubers. You better sub, bring a comic cover.
Bow down, bitches. Gobble, gobble, whack, bitches.
My best mate, Lee Simon Sorrow. A Lee meme with some muscle. On here, you better watch your language, or you won't get any of his Vegemite sandwich. Freaky Sid, I come from MadSpidey'S Outback. Talking comics and some smack. Welcome all to MadSpidey'S Outback. You better sub, bring a comic cover, yeah.
All right. Spidey's Outback time. We have one person waiting in the wings. Ever reliable, Mr. Stream Whore himself, Rob Fastax with his...
Well, in that case, I'm out of here. Have fun.
Niners. Okay, yeah, everybody's ready for Super Bowl, of course.
Superb owl, apparently.
Superbly bowl, no. Yeah, so is it Niners and Chiefs?
Yeah.
Niners
What's
and
that?
Chiefs. Niners and Chiefs, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's it'd be nice to be able to watch it, but I will be at work.
The only team left in America still using Native Americans as a mascot.
So what is a 49er? Is there any significance to it at all? Or
Yes, actually there is. So in the California Gold Rush happened around 1849. And so the people that came flocking to the San Francisco area, because that was the main port of call, so that way they could then go inland into the gold fields and whatnot, seeking gold. They were called 49ers because they all arrived in California in 1849.
Okay. So there is because you wonder sometimes, you see team names and you're like, have they just picked a random number or a random name, or is there some sort of significance to it? Like, obviously, you have, animals and, and all that sort of stuff. And you're like, okay, they've just picked a random name. But when it comes to numbers, you're like, there's got to be some significance to it.
Yeah. And their mascot is a gold miner whose name is Sourdough Sam, because sourdough bread, we're very well known for sourdough bread in San Francisco, because a lot of these folks, as they came, they brought sourdough starter. That's the kind of bread they make in this climate. Has in part the natural bacteria that's in the air that forms the yeast, has a very unique flavor that you don't get elsewhere. And then that's why the cheerleaders are called the Gold Rush.
That's a little bit of an unfortunate name, but
well, you would that was what's called the Gold Rush. People came flocking to California and seek their fortunes in gold. Of course, the only people who really made their money were the people who went into business selling things to the miners to go out and make their money. And that's where Levi Strauss came from. Levi Strauss jeans came out of the 49ers, out of the Gold Rush in America, which is then why they then chose to be the namesake. Levi's Stadium they're the main sponsor for the 49ers football stadium. It's all synergy.
Yeah, and it's funny actually that you mentioned that conversation, because I jumped on. Blaker had just that Hangout stream a little bit earlier today, and I thought I'd just jump on for a little bit before I have my snooze before I come back on here. And Papa actually asked me, he goes, "Oh, is there gold fields in Australia?" And I'm like, it's such a random question to ask, but I actually said, look, literally 2 hours from here, there is a city or town, whatever you want to call it, called Bendigo, and they actually have a place called Sovereign Hill, which is where the big gold mining town was at the time, and a lot of migrants would actually come. I can't remember the year it was, but that actually come here for like trying to strike it rich with the gold mining and stuff like that. And they still have like one of those colonial old school sort of like tourist attraction-y type places where you can go buy a little jar of resin. It's got a little bit of gold dust in it, whether it's real or not, it's probably not. You buy it for like $5 or whatever it is, and so it's actually quite a coincidence. So.
Yeah, no, the kids, like my kids, one of the, I think like fifth grade or fourth or fifth grade or something like that. One of their trips was they went up into essentially what was gold country, and they'd camp overnight, and they have docents in the park that would teach them about the stuff, and then the kids would get gold pans and they'd go down to the river, and they'd get taught how to pan for how they panned for gold back in the day. And
yeah, they did exactly the same thing here. Yeah, in what we call primary school. I don't know what you guys call it.
Yeah, let's say the elementary, primary.
Yeah, and they'd go up. Yeah, you'd take a field trip up to Bendigo for the day or whatever like that, and then they'd stick you on the creek bed or whatever with a gold pan, and this is how you do it. And very, very cool. All right, I suppose
make history come alive. Yeah. I mean, hell, they also they would do a pioneer. The school that they went to was very hands-on stuff, so they got Pioneer Day too, like for like the westward expansion in America, traveling from east of the Mississippi across the Great Plains and the mountains to hit the West Coast here, the Oregon Trail. By covered wagons. If they would get the kids would get wagons, like radio flare wagons, and they'd build covered wagons out of them, and they'd go up into the hills, and then they'd like spend the entire day like just walking, essentially like as if they're in a trail, having to like overcome certain obstacles, or they would churn their own butter, and they would eat jerky and like all these different. They'd try to get a little taste of the experience of what westward expansion was like. As obviously they didn't none of them died of dysentery or
syphilis or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have to hunt their food, anything else. But it's those little things are kind of cool to make history relatable for young kids sometimes.
Yeah, because a lot of them will, like do a school project on it or read it in a book or something like that and just go, yeah, I don't care about it. But if they're actually taking part in a reenactment sort of thing, they might get a bit of better appreciation for it.
They all had to make costumes that were like period correct, essentially, for the stuff, for the journey. And I
don't think we went that far, but gold mining fields is about it. Oh God. All right, we'll do the usual YouTube thing and say hello to the chat. Tony got in very, very early, 12 hours ago. Tony, what are you doing? Las Crucius got in about 8 hours early. Rob is here.
1 minute early.
1 minute early. Bang, bang, nine a gang. Hey, Pops. Hope you're doing well, mate. And the Rat King of New York is here as well. Hey, Izzy. Hope you're doing well, mate. That is it for the time being. Yeah. So Sean did pretty well this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to throw his link in as much as possible. I'm like, there's 60 people on the chat. There's got to be at least 20 people that haven't subbed to him.
Right.
Somebody subbed to him. Somebody try and get him to 200. I think the last time I checked, I think he might have gained 5 or 6. But a lot of people watching the rewind, of course, too. So.
Yeah, no, it was a good turnout. I think it peaked up at about like 70 people at once, so that's good.
Usually around the giveaway times, like most prize lizards will do.
Yeah, it does. It does. Like almost like people like must drop like, hey, they're doing the giveaway now in some group chat or something, because then all of a sudden, like the numbers come in. It's like, how else do you guys know to come in now? It's like it's not exactly like I do it at the exact same time.
Yeah, exactly. Like we all know, it's technically halfway point, but halfway point is not
Ish.
always exactly halfway of the hour and a half either. It's
Right.
it depends on how much stuff goes on at the start, how much talking goes on at the start, and then so on and so forth. So
Yeah, people always show for giveaways, and that's fine. But it didn't. I'll tell you. So like it peaked at 70, I think, from what I remember seeing. But it then would drop down to like 60. So it was like, okay, that's only a handful. Maybe a couple of people had like secondary accounts on or something, or or had their wives or kids jump on or something. I don't know, but it's not like it was huge numbers of people flinging in and immediately walking out the door.
yeah, it was. I think because I sort of keep an eye on the numbers sometimes too, and it's just watching the constant. It was always constant in sort of the mid to high 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like it sort of, would peak to sort of low 60s. And then, giveaway time, it hits high 60s and then it'll drop back down about 10 views. And then, they definitely come out in droves.
Yeah.
But
it's fine. They're watch hours too.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Actually, what I was trying to watch because I was getting really close this month to hitting a milestone that I've not done. It's I know some people it's nothing, to others it's quite significant, and that's I was getting close to hitting 1,000 hours for the last 28 days. So like in your things it shows you on your dashboard it's showing you like your stats for the last 28 days. All right, on your dashboard or whatever, 30 days or whatever it is, last 28. And so like right now for the last 28 days, I'm at like 974 hours. So it's getting really close to like 1,000 hours, which is a big increase because it says my typical range was like 700 to 800 hours. So I've actually, and I have recently had several of my very consistently the number of views on my Wednesday or my Monday and Thursday videos have gone up significantly, noticeably, the average viewership on them. So now I'm seeing that increase in watch time along with that. I was just kind of curious because I'm like, oh, I'm interested to hit that 1,000 hours in a 28-day period would be a benchmark to me in my head of something that not only have I never done it, but that's seems significant to me.
Whereas like for me, like the one main thing I've noticed, obviously my subs are nowhere near as high as yours or a lot of people's, but I've noticed obviously since doing these, obviously the massive spike, because I sort of look at the graph and I can sort of see, all the little sort of spikes or whatever like that. And then I start doing the lives and I'm sort of tracking to try and get to that 500 subscriber monetization side of things. But my watch hours are lacking a lot because obviously all the watch hours I get now are all from the lives. The pre-recorded stuff, not so much. I only get sort of like little bits and pieces from there.
Yeah,
we all know.
Yeah, it's content and consistency. Yeah, and that's what I've kind of pushed for is consistent to put out. Look, you're going to get content Monday, Thursday, Saturday. Right. And sometimes I feel like, oh, I got more content to do. I said, nope, pace myself, keep it. Don't push out too much because then I struggle later on when I don't have enough somewhere else. It's just easier to like push out. Like, cause I got to figure out like right now, I do have like a special I'm going to do at some point because I have a new product to review. Somebody after watching the comic capsules thing, somebody saw that review, had some product that they've done that they've asked me to review, and I told them, I said, well, here's my conditions. I'm gonna be honest and concise and blah blah blah. And he's like, oh yeah, no, please do. Well, all right. Well, he's probably not gonna like it, but I don't understand. I think his product's not bad from what I can see so far of it, but it's like I don't understand what the point is.
So,
and
so
that's
it's obviously another slab type product.
no, actually, it's not. So, I mean, I'll talk about it right now for a second. I haven't dug
Mm,
deep into it, but it's basically it's a labeling system. So, for like the idea is that if you're a person who likes, here's like his piece of paper he stuck in the thing, right? It's like
mm.
if you are a person who likes grades, but you don't like graded books, the idea is that you can take your raw books and you grade them yourself,
Oh,
and
okay.
then you get these labels, right? But
Hmm.
so okay, fine. If you want to do that, like, and here's he sent me a Turok one, and he's got
Oh
the label,
god.
right? And so he's got the little, and he's got these labels that go across the top of the backing board.
Hmm.
So you
Okay,
know,
Royal Grey, yeah, no
and so
conversation.
and these are, and I can see where if you are like this, if I'm an exhibitor and I'm sticking and I'm putting these
Yeah.
in a box that are out on the table for
Mm,
people, okay, that could give you some idea of what it is. But I mean, at the end of the day, eh, unless you know how to grade, it doesn't do you any good. You're just putting numbers on books.
mm,
And secondly, I'm not sure that, and I might be, maybe it's just me because he sent me some of these labels. But there's this whole sheets of these labels. Man, he sent me, how many Turoks did he send me? There's at least 2 Turoks here that he sent. Um, but I mean, at the end of the day, there's it's a label that you're
mm,
sticking on the top, right?
mm.
And it looks nice when you have a whole bunch. How many are you going to do? You're obviously, I don't think you're going to do your whole collection necessarily. And why wouldn't I just then at that point get like little red circles and put NM, or you know, I could buy any cheap bunch of stickers and label them,
Mm.
or for that matter, just write on the backer board and
Yeah.
not necessarily have to buy these stickers. So it's an interesting idea. I'm not entirely sure that for the average person that it's something that's a winner of a thing, right?
Bloody hell, Mark, enough of the Turks.
Um, so I don't know. I haven't dug into it deeply. I'm going to go through
Mm.
and read all the material he sent me and review it. And it's one of those things where um, there's probably a few people out there who would love it. But I think that I just don't understand, given given how there's other options to achieve the same thing. If I'm grading my own book just to give myself my own grade, and
Mm.
maybe I want it on the book because I don't want to have to go look it up in the app, then or I don't use an app, then the question is, why wouldn't I just write it on the back end board or use some other sticker or something? Um, there you go. So, anyways, I got to play with it some more and see. But it's interesting. This guy has some other products too, but we'll start with this and go. I don't know. Maybe there's some instructions on here that give you information on how to grade, um, because that would seem to be an important element of the whole
Yeah.
thing.
When you first showed that leaflet, I
Mhm.
thought, oh, it must be some sort of color coding system so you can find stuff in your short or long boxes a bit easier. But then
It's
when you said, oh, it's got the grade things, I'm like, if you're doing it for your own personal use and you know what you're looking for, I can sort of see maybe if you're that OCD about it.
yeah.
But if you're
I
taking it to a show to sell, you'd be open for scrutiny, something
Well,
fine.
yeah, and that's it. And I don't know that I would, if I'm doing it, even if I'm doing it just for my own thing, I don't know that I would want to do, if I were him, and this will be my feedback for him, is I don't think that I would do it with number grades, because the
Mm,
number grades are very much um a scale for
spot
for
on,
the
yeah,
grading
yeah.
thing, right? Uh just using things like VF, NMVF, fine. That would be sufficient
Yeah.
for what you're doing. You don't even need to have the fine minus or fine plus stuff. That's
Mm,
really minutia that when you're doing the average Joe Blow doing raw grading, I think is overkill. Um, So yeah, I mean, Overstreet, absolutely. I mean, and that's the intent, right? But I mean, his sticker even has spots for you to put in value range. I mean, why would you? Uh, now, what happens when the value of the book changes? Now I got to go change the entire label. It's just, it's really
That's
there's
probably too much. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, but hey, again, well, I could achieve the same thing by putting post-its on the back of each book.
Or he
Yeah.
said, "Oh yeah, just buy those like rolls of like little colored dot stickers or whatever like that. You can just write like
Yeah.
BF on it or whatever." Or
So I mean, obviously, I think the point of it is the presentation, right? This type of but the name of the book's not there. So instead, now it's just a box full of grades and values, but there's no place for you to put the name of the book necessarily just to show so where it sticks up. So yeah, a dynamo label, yeah, any number of types of things. So, anyways, it's an interesting thought. I'll dig a little bit deeper into that. It'll get released sometime probably in the next 2 weeks as a product review that I'll do. And I've got a couple ideas people have sent me for some I'm going to start trying to do at least once a month, some on a Sunday, probably some sort of members only for the members, channel members. I'm getting some ideas off that last one I did, the thing I did with the pack that some people have suggested that they'd like to see or have talk about. So
yeah, obviously, I know Simple Simon's just started up his membership.
Mm.
He's doing one now, so and
Is
he's
it the Licking Club?
the Seminions, I think he's called it. So
I'm sure his membership is the worst.
Yeah, you just love saying that every time.
I do. I love the band name is awesome. And for anybody who ever hears me say it doesn't understand, Simple Simon was in a band, a punk band, and the punk band's name was The Worst. So, anyway.
So now you get the reference if you didn't know.
Yeah, Izzy, absolutely. I think for as the casual collector, it would be something that maybe you would use on a few of your bigger books or something, maybe. But again, yeah, I couldn't imagine trying to do my entire collection, right? I mean, I don't even. I gave up a while ago on some of the stuff that I've been picking up, like all these horror books and stuff, these Bronze Age horror books I've been picking up. Even when I enter them in the app, I'm putting them in with no grade. I'm like, I'm not trying to sit here and review each one of these and assign them a rough grade like I have in the past on some of my books. I don't got time for this. These are too, especially since most of these are all lower mid grade or mid grade. There's somewhere between a 4 to a 6. Anyways, it's just like forget it. Thousands of books. Sorry. Exactly. I got like 10,000 books. I'm not going to sit there. The expense of these labels alone would kill me, let alone trying to go through all of my books and open up each one and apply the label to the backer board and then reseal it up. Oh my God. And what happens when I have to change my backer boards and stuff, bags and boards? Oh my God.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a good idea at the time, but it just sounds like a lot of work because if you've been collecting for any number of years, even if you've got a very sort of niche collection, guaranteed you're going to have at least 1,000 or more books. Like most collectors will have at least 1,000 books. Like, and I'll use that generally, stated. But 1,000 books to do like that would take forever. Let alone me, like I've got about 5,000 books. Rob's got 10,000 books. Scott from Hoarder's Hide has probably got freaking 500,000 books.
And even if you're a dealer, you ain't got time to do this either.
Hell
right?
no.
I mean, you're lucky.
In and out.
A lot of times, they've got books that they priced at one point, and they don't. If they still have them after X number of shows, they just go down into the, 25% off prices as marked, 50% off prices as marked. They just move them down the bins until they move, right? It's like they don't go through and reprice everything. They don't. It's too much hassle. It's too much time.
I could see somebody, one of those sellers that like I've mentioned this before. You guys have mentioned it a lot before. that the seller that goes to these conventions that tries to sell his books, but he loves them too much and he prices them accordingly. I can imagine him doing something like, one of those kind of sellers doing something like that.
Yeah. This seems to me like this is a product. This is a product that somebody came up with as a collector that really wanted to go to the next level on something and did, and thought probably had a couple friends who say, hey, those are kind of cool, and thought the opportunity to see it and sell it. And I don't know, based on the guy's website, I mean, I can't imagine he's selling very many. His website is absolutely, what's the right way?
90s?
It's not that it's outdated. It's definitely it's a home done website where it's like it's by somebody who's really into the details of the product and not into marketing and sales, right? So, and what I mean by that is, like, if I go to the website and go to the various pages, it gets almost right away into great detail about processes and all this other, doing this and how it's done, all these different things, versus, hey, here's the product first and foremost, and here's what it, let me sell it to you, and then if you want to go into the nitty gritty about grading or how to apply it, how the step by step how to use these tools, that would be something that you layer down to, right? How do I see this in action, whatever, and you click to dig deeper in to the site, not let me put up this directions right in the middle of the wall stuff, so you have walls of text and you can't find, like, how much is the product or how do I even order it, and it's really not user friendly.
Yeah, so you're literally getting War and Peace instead of getting bullet notes, sort of thing, or bullet points.
Yeah. You always have to do. I'm not a web designer, but my little minimal experience I've had when I used to build some websites for scouts and various other things was, you basically, if you're building something to sell something or reach somebody who's not, there's two types of visitors that come to a website. There's people who know about you, your product, and are just looking for deeper information. And there's people who don't know about you in depth, are looking for, through some research, you have popped up and they're clicking really quick to see, is this what I'm looking for? So for those people, you have 15 seconds to sit there and find, to hook them before they hit the back button. So you have to have an engaging website that conveys whatever you're trying to do very quickly in about 10 to 15 seconds to get them to do the second click. That second click, you have about another 15 seconds. And if you can get them to make a third click, then you have them for at least a little bit longer period of time to start to get in the depth. But beyond that, it does, the analytics show they just kind of, unless of course they were looking
too
for
hard to find, it's then people give up. Yeah, so this is obviously what I was referring to.
Oh, that's Harley.
Oh yeah, well, even I know who he is. He's been over here before, and I've mentioned him before.
Yeah, we've talked about him. He's got amazing stuff and
amazingly exorbitant prices.
He likes his books.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I can understand a seller like that going to a convention, in your own town, maybe in another state. You might sell an odd book here and there with a sucker that, wants to pay big dollars. Why go international and do it when, you're coming to a country there's not a lot of big, high comic book rollers over here, if many at all. Why would you even bother?
Some of them, it's not even necessarily high roller books. It's just, they're books that are just higher price, because they're either he knows that they're in good condition compared to some of what you may find, or because they're books that you just don't see all the time. Like when I go to Harley site booth, I can go through and I'm going to find mystery and space books that I can't find anywhere else. But they're damn expensive, and I don't want to pay that much.
Go on, Mark, do it. I know you want
Finn's going to do it. Hit it, Finn.
Oh, Finn! I didn't even see Finn.
Oh, look at that! You can see it. That is.
See, you must fill it with water or something to get the mist.
Light him up, Finn.
Watch his eye. That's water that's coming out of his mouth.
Do you fill him up with water?
Yes. Right here, his final spike has just a little cork top, pretty much, and it comes with a pipette, and you just put it in there, and it holds like 3 pipettes full. And yeah, swing his tail, Finn.
Nice.
And then he roars.
And I know what his speaker is. It's his.
Hit the big one.
This one.
So cool.
He's dripping water.
Yes, because I'm spinning them around and stuff. It's time to put more water in them.
Why?
So Daddy can play with him some more.
Here you go, buddy.
Is it time?
I told him to feed the dogs, and I grabbed it and ran in here. That's how I made it before they found me.
I need one of those, and I need like an Ultraman that does the same thing.
So you've already made a
Pops
golden
and Finn
corral.
got into a debate day before yesterday. Finn's like, Godzilla could beat Ultraman. And then me and Pops are both like, we're getting into the territory of which Godzilla, which Ultraman kind of thing.
It's kind of Ultraman's thing, beating up kaiju.
Oh,
You take Godzilla from the end of King of Monsters, and I think he could take Ultraman. Like the one that's like nuked up and high on Mothra. Just glowing energy.
Ultraman 7.
oh,
Yes, good times.
that's very, very cool.
So yeah, I thought it was funny when I opened it up and it was like, there's.
It's like, it's a color coding system. Oh no, hang on a minute.
What's interesting is like there's a one thing here. Oh, I guess these are some of the examples, some of the labels. Interesting. Raw grade.
Hey Rob, can I get the name of that product real quick for my thumbnail?
It's like this little thing's got pictures of like AF-15s on there, and then he sends me Turok ones. What's up with that? I feel cheated.
Yeah,
like
true. Real question. Let me get those when you're done with them.
Sample of raw grade.
He needs his
label
45th
on
and
board
46th
on
copy.
Sleeve 3 sheets.
That's about right, Simon. And all sincerity, I'm right at 40 right now.
Right in raw grade labels, 3 sheets. Yeah.
You know what? You do not actually see that book over here very often.
This?
Yeah. You don't actually see it. Not that I hunt for it, but
He's graded at a 9.6.
That's the funny part. Like the labels are cool, and I guess it's just. I mean, like you said, if you're a vendor, sure, that can be useful to save you from having to.
Oh, it's interesting. He's got this thing's double labeled. So there's a label on the bag, but then there's one on the backer board. So when you pull the backer board out of the bag, it's like I'm gonna double label that stuff. Oh my god! And the precision to lay that long thin label. Wow.
So you must have to go to like an app and like it
takes some time
and printing program or something to be able to do it.
Well, it's just a bunch of labels. So I mean, a sheet of labels. So the guy's created.
Let me see the label sheet.
Hold on,
Like how do you put the name of the book and issue number and all that on, or is it just a grade label?
No, there's no place for the name. Damn it, I'm dropping stuff on the floor. It's just there's a place for you to put the date graded, but that's it. Everything else is just
I think it'd be quicker just writing it on there.
What happens if like you only have a high grade collection? Then you only need like a quarter of that sheet.
you can order actually sheets that are you can either order sheets that are mixed like this, or you can order sheets that are all just one grade.
And that just sticks onto your backer board.
Yep.
Backer board.
It's just peel off and stick. These are like it's like he has custom Avery labels or something. This is what's called the starter label kit, apparently, where it's got 3 of each or something.
Huh.
Except for you only get 1 gem mint and 1 mint, and then you get into the near mint plus and the.
Well, for grading them ourselves, I just need the gem mint ones.
That's right. I don't know where the hell I heard. Oh, paper clips dropping. All right. Anyways, it's interesting.
Oh, it's a new product. Review it. Give an honest.
Yeah, I don't know how happy he's going to be, but whatever. That's not my problem. I warned him when he asked me if I'd review it because I went and looked at his website first, so I got an idea really quick of what this was. And these were just labels, and I'm like, oh, well, I'll review it, but I'm not sure.
It has to be open.
I can't guarantee. Well, I'm going to be honest about it. Like always, hey, for what it is, if this is your thing, it's kind of cool. But but practicality makes me go, I don't know how practical it is for somebody who wants to do any quantity of books, right?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be a situation where I can just see as I go through, I got to see, for example, when I try this out, how difficult is it to apply a label straight and have it show up just above the book while it's in your bag and stuff like that, right? So, well, I don't think he's gonna lose buyers. I don't know, but because nobody knows about it.
I was gonna say he has to have buyers first.
So I don't know. See, we apply the label to. Oh, okay, he's giving me like all these samples of like with a post-it. Like, here's a backing board with a label on it. Here's a book with the label. Here's a book without a label for you to try. Here's pictures of what. I mean, okay.
So he's done like a proper like a retailer pack to send to you. So
well,
he's done
it's a reviewer kit he put together for this purpose, and he followed. He tracked it, and when I got it delivered, I got an email within a few hours from him saying, "Hey, I see you got this. If you have any questions, let me know." All these types of things. I mean, we'll see. Hey, look, I did the same thing with the comic capsule. I didn't gush over it. I said what it is. There's other options that might do you better. People seem to like it. Oops. At least the review. Anyways.
That's the thing. Like, you have to, as I said, you have to be open for scrutiny if you are going to give it to somebody as a unbiased opinion for a review.
Yeah, like I just wanted to make sure that he knew, like when he says, "Hey, I'm not here to make a commercial for you," right? You want to, if you want to send me something for review, you're welcome to. I'll review it, but I don't withhold any kind of.
That's what happened with the comic capsule, didn't you? There was a little disclaimer in there that you noticed, and you went, "Well, I'm not going to."
Well, I read the terms and conditions because that's what I do for a living, right? I live in the world of terms and conditions, so I read it, and when I read this thing, I was like, "Oh, okay, hey, look, I don't have a problem reviewing your product and stuff," but I made sure everybody else that was in the groups would do. Hey, if you use these hashtags that they're asking you to use in your thing, be aware that that's in their T's and C's. That's you giving them unbridled consent to use your review in any way that they so choose. And so,
and to be fair about it, with fair use stuff, they can clip your review all they want anyways. It's on YouTube.
Yes, but the specifics of the way that they actually listed what they were going to do was like that they had the ability to, the way that they could remix it and reuse it and use bits and pieces
The
of
way
it.
that they said it was unnecessary for them to say, and made me think, why would y'all say that versus just know like how YouTube works? Like if you thought about it to say that, that means like you're thinking beyond. Like I could screen record any one of Rob's videos, post them on my channel, and as long as I pause it every under 4 minutes and say a sentence or two and then keep it playing, it's my content at that point. Despite the fact that Rob made it completely and all I did was total of 12 sentences in the entire video, like just by pausing and saying it. Like YouTube's so lax with that they didn't need to point that out. It made it feel like, why are y'all saying that?
Well, yeah, because they were also planning. They also said off of YouTube. They were that they could use it on any platform for any purpose and any manner.
Reuse terms are different than other places. You can't necessarily do that. But I watch a lot of other kind of content too, and you'll have these people that like pay the money for the FOIA request to pull a body cam footage or dash cam footage to put it on their channels, and then you'll have other people that will screen record those channels, post it on theirs, and just add some dialogue, and they'll get like cease and desist orders. And YouTube's like, they're not breaking any guidelines. They added to it, like, but it takes a lot of money, time, and effort to pull dash cam footage, rifle through it to make content out of it, versus just like an 8-hour day's worth of nonstop video. And people just rip off from each other left and right.
Just slabs.
Just slabs. It would work.
Yeah, no, I don't know. There was something about it. It was just kind of like I was like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with this. And I says, you can link to my review if you want, as it is, but I'm not giving you the permission to do all this other stuff. And they said, well, we understand. And you'll notice that they promoted almost everybody else's review. They did not promote my review.
There's countless reviews. They promoted a small handful, really.
Yeah, okay.
I think I've seen them like promote like 3 or 4 people out of like the at least 20 people.
Oh, I've seen like 15 different
I definitely
things,
have.
but not as some heavy, much more heavier than others, obviously. But
I had to put a stop showing me this ad on their stuff because they're doing paid promotion, and I kept seeing that guy on Instagram opening the box with a light in his face. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that photo. That was quite hilarious.
Photoshops himself over your mother.
Yeah, he's Mark posted a picture of himself and Becca in front of a golden corral.
It
was a beautiful picture. We had a good time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would have loved to have seen Comic Capsule come to me and say, I'll send you a free pack. I'm like, let's see how easy I can crack this shit.
Well, this is it's designed to open and close. It's super easy then.
Yeah, there it is.
What's funny is I used the photo of Becker with his mom.
Oh, God. That is awesome.
Yeah, like you said, a good one. I was strategic about that. There's options. Like there's photos of him from like Heroes Con, him with Jill. I'm like, nope. This is the one. Caption read, "This could be us, but you're too far away."
Yeah, see, Spidey, you pop the back off, you can pull the book right out. And as a matter of fact, the whole backside actually comes apart from the backside, so you can put bigger books in there. So it's not designed to be a sealed thing. It's designed something so you can just protect your raw book is all.
Okay.
Because Rob's in California, it's good that he has those because of the earthquakes.
Yeah, I haven't felt an earthquake in a while.
You're not getting your money's worth out of your tax dollars.
we've had nothing but these little baby earthquakes, 3 point something, 4 point something. Those are nothing.
Yeah, we actually had one in the middle of the state. They're like, oh, we got to register a 4.3, magnitude earthquake or whatever in, I think I can't remember the town's name. And I'm like, Californians wouldn't even get out of bed for like less than what, a 5 or a 6.
Well, 5 or 6, we pay attention to those. But once you get about a 4.3, 4.5, those ones we start to go, okay, hey, you know what? They're not gonna. We don't expect them to do any damage because everything is built. Everything's built, much better. But that'll be a decent jolt, depending upon where it's happening. But when I hear on the news like a 2.7 or a 3.2, it's like, really? I don't even know if the water in my glass will shift for that. Yeah, it would, but it's just. I know that people not from this area, they would feel that and they start to panic. But for us, it's really nothing more. That's like going to Florida and having 25-mile-an-hour winds and people going, "Oh my God, it's windy." And Floridians going, "What the fuck are you talking about?" It's like fucking. There's no hurricane. Oh, it's a Category 1 hurricane. Fuck, that's nothing. Let's go fly a kite. Shit.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a breeze.
It's like Taylor here, sitting there, and it's I don't know, 0 degrees Celsius, 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and people going, "Oh, it's fucking cold," and he's going, "Shit, you don't know what cold is."
Yeah.
Or I'm melting, Spidey. It's 28. Oh my God.
It's 28 degrees Celsius here, and it's going to hit 34, so it's going to get hot. Not as hot as last weekend. That was horrid last weekend.
What'd you catch? Oh, a ladybug. Oh, cool.
What's on you?
Mm-hmm.
Ladybugs fly. It's hard to fold the wings back in.
Yeah. They're like me. They don't like folding things.
Why? Do leaf bugs like ladybugs?
Hey, Papa.
I think it's a whole East Coast West Coast war that
too.
we got going on, buddy.
Why?
Territory dispute.
What is territory dispute?
One reps their set, the other one reps theirs. One's a big fan of leaves, one's a big fan of sticks. They both want complete control of the bush.
Night, Pops.
Night, Pops. Feel better.
Oh,
Musher.
I'm trying to get. No, that's a boy ladybug.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I feel so free and American here.
I want it. It's from my ladybug. Put it on the feet. Put it on my hand.
My goodness.
Don't put it with my leaf bugs. They'll get in a fight.
No, I was just joking, buddy. They probably get along.
Okay, then you can put it with mine. Yeah, this one's gonna be mine. Okay, put it with mine. I'm gonna get it. That's actually a boy ladybug.
How do you know?
The color of them.
I'm gonna name it Spotty. Okay, but that one's a boy because the orange is all a boy and the red one's all the girl.
Did you get that, Rob?
I heard that. I don't know if that's true, but I heard it. It did happen over the internet, so it has to be true.
For you, it did.
That's right.
For me, it did not.
You can go back and watch it on Rewind, then it will have.
There you go.
So it may not be true now, but it will be when you watch it on the Rewind.
Just the same. Jesus.
No, I haven't seen him.
So
Lightly, anyway.
I was going through some of my stuff, and I have some Tron comics. I love Tron. You know what I mean? Like, who doesn't love Tron? But I looked it up. Like, how was this the first appearance of Tron in a comic? How didn't that happen until 2006? That's the first appearance of Tron in a comic book.
That's
legit.
Weird.
So I went to go look like so many issues there were to like kind of get the rest of them to read the whole story. And just to get 1 through 6, $250. Like they're just scarce. It's not like they're highly sought after. They're not circulating. It was like a super independent publisher that put it out, kind of thing. I just want to read the damn thing.
No, nobody did any Bond comics in the 80s when the first movie came out.
No, those types of comics weren't necessarily common, to do these movie adaptations.
Dark Horse did a lot, but they had their shtick. It was all like the R-rated sci-fi movie stuff or Star Wars. It was sci-fi.
I mean, it's just like even the other day when I sat there, and I was like, or when we were talking, I think it was like last night, I was on Low Grades and somebody pulled out this Gem in the Holograms comic book, and it's like whatever it was, 2015 or something, his first appearance. I'm like, really? That's the first appearance of Gem? Or whatever? I would have thought it was like way sooner or something, but turned out no.
Even the second little mini series that was done, and this one looks like it was at Marvel. It's even scarce.
It looks like Spidey, your package,
but it wasn't.
Is close. It should be there sometime next week. It's in Australia. It's in Doncaster.
No, that's where I am.
Oh, I know. Ship to. Oh, hold on. Where is this? Get up. Show. View details. Shipment.
It'll either be in.
It's in Melbourne.
Yeah, so it's probably at the airport.
It's at the processing facility. So
yeah, it'll be at the airport.
It arrived at Botany on the 9th,
which is in New South Wales.
And then it went to Melbourne.
What cover that is. Like that's the first appearance. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the first appearance of Tron in comics. I've got that one, but I just want the rest of them. And even trying to find like a lot, it's hard to find them in like sequential order. Someone have like 1, 2, 7, 8. You know what I mean? And they're just not cheap. Like I don't even see a trade paper. I'd be perfectly fine with a trade paperback.
Once again, this thing makes no sense on how it traveled, Spidey.
It didn't go to Georgia again, did it?
It went It went from Sunnyvale, California, which is just one town north of me, to Oakland, California, which is a port and an airport hub, to Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh shit! It did that again.
Where it arrived there, it was scanned in the warehouse. An import scan was done, and then it departed from the facility in Kentucky to go to Honolulu, Hawaii. And then from Hawaii, it went to Australia. So I don't know why it had to go to Kentucky from Oakland. That just seems to be
stupid and counterintuitive.
It seems like if I'm UPS, I would ship my other freight to Oakland and then combine it with freight there in Oakland. I guess it depends on where your facilities are at. Whatever.
It is weird though.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most direct route. That's for sure.
No, because usually we'll go straight out of LAX or whatever, and then straight across. Like, yeah, I can understand because sometimes it'll stop in like Tokyo or something like that, and then come down here. But yeah, that's weird.
But at least it's in country.
Yeah, I got a box coming from Bubs as well. He was able to find Beck one of the Goliath NECA figures from Gargoyles. So
nice.
There's some of those at ABX. Not Goliath, but a couple of the other characters.
Yeah, well, Bubs has been on the hunt because we missed the opportunity here to buy one, and he's like, "I'll keep my eyes out for it." And he had a collectible shop open like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, and he goes, "They literally have one for like $40." I'm like, "Grab it."
Well, this will be excuse me. The box when you get it, there's multiple Geminis inside of it, so you'll be able to. And open them up, and you'll be able to open the outer box, and you can then
decipher
do
where
it.
to go from there.
Yeah, so like there's like they're labeled like the ones that have shipping labels for like there's one that came from Team Ohana for you, and then
Oh. Okay.
there was something it was something a while ago, but then there was something that you had shipped to me.
From
And so those
Austin.
will have Austin, that have shipping labels on them, and then there's one box one of them is labeled like your only slabs wins, and then the other two are like one of them is all the stuff that I pulled for you from my invaders pile.
Yeah.
Extras and stuff. And then there's a box, the last Gemini is all AOKs.
Oh. There's going to be plenty of stuff to go through.
Not that the other invaders weren't AOKs, because I didn't charge you for them, but I mean these are super secret AOKs.
Oh, secret invaders.
Secret invasion. Yeah, there you go. No, sorry.
Oh, you know how like I asked you to try and find the last two Gargoyles books for Beck.
Yeah.
Randomly
they're just now coming out.
The Dark Ages #5 randomly showed up at Big City Comics for Beck, and I'm like, we didn't think we were getting any more Gargoyles books at all.
Yeah, and apparently, like the main title, they paused it. They had been doing the main title, then they paused it, and then started doing this Dark Ages stuff. And then, like the last books in the series are like coming out.
But there's also a licensing issue problem with sending overseas. That's why we're not getting the last 2 issues over here. And the new Thundercat series that's coming out, we cannot get it at all. Apparently, it's some licensing issue that they will not ship it to certain countries.
My dude, you dodged a bullet on that one.
Oh, I wasn't going to be buying it anyway, and yeah, Beck didn't want it, so I'm fine with that. But it's just really weird that certain properties are like, because of licensing issues, you cannot order this through Diamond and bring it over to your country. And I'm like,
so
it's weird.
I guess I keep forgetting.
This is what you do with all your mail, by the way. You write on the label what it is, scratch out your stuff, set it, and forget it.
Well, I do have that written on a lot of the stuff as I'm setting it off to the side. So when I'm going to figure out what am I opening this week,
CGC.
I know when I look through my boxes what's what without having to.
McFarlane Soups. Kickstarter. And then it'll be a surprise months from now when I go in there, like, what was in here? And I'll look at, oh, yeah.
It's only been sitting here for 2 years.
I do on most
We
of them
passed
like that.
the
But then,
3-year mark, I think.
Oh, shit.
Right? January 20th was the date.
yeah, I don't know how you sit stuff that long. That's just ludicrous.
Another one of the longer ones is the Alex Ross Timeless set. Because I don't pull a lot of Marvel, and there were variants at that, like just cherry picking through my LCS that doesn't do Previews World online. Like you give him the title and cover and he puts it on the list and pulls. I'm like, I'm not going to put Paul through that kind of thing. So I just ordered him through BTC that offered him as here's lot 1 that will ship out. Then when lot 2 comes out next month, we'll ship out. I hadn't opened those either. There's like a first appearance of Spider-Boy in there. And one of them is a key now. And
I was going to say, you'd have books that would have gone in and out of the top 10 list, in and out of FOMO, in and out of spec about 20 times before you even get to it.
I'm starting to question reality. Like, are we in the back rooms? Because me and Taylor Winder are finding ourselves agreeing an awful lot these days. An awful lot.
I think we're in Elseworlds.
The upside down.
Okay, so Bex needs issue 11 and issue 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11 has come out. I'll make a note here to pick up a second one, and then 12 isn't out yet. I'll go and add it.
Scary.
I'll add it to my pull list right now.
Taylor, I got my Winder's Wiener shirt in, by the way. It'll be in the vlog this coming week.
It'll be unboxed in 3 years' time. Wait to see.
No. I what's funny is I was walking around the neighborhood. We were taking the kids around the neighborhood on the bicycles, and when we came back up, I've got a few clips of them on the bicycle. Then I opened the mailbox and I pulled out the Winter's Wiener shirt and a mail from the American Cancer Society. So I was like cutting a promo for Taylor and his merch shop and giving a huge shout out and thank you for like doing that promotional weekend where all the proceeds went to Comics Curing Cancer. Then reached in and pulled out American Cancer Society mail. I'm like, hey, what are the odds? They both showed up on the same day.
Not Izzy.
Mwah. That was for Izzy, not you, Simon.
I know that.
Okay. I'm saving mine for you when I see you in person. It's going to be wet.
Did you ever get the donation from Dragon Ink?
What's a Gregany?
Dragon Ink. I got my mouth full
Yes.
of food.
Oh yeah. They made their donation. Just looking right now. Let's see if I can. Okay, there's a 12.
See,
She just wants the A cover, I assume.
Yeah, not doing. She started with all the variants early and went, "Nah, this is too much. I'll just get the A covers." It's funny because she goes, "Oh, I saw on Rob's IG he posted, Gargoyles number 11. Go, oh, that must be mine." And I'm like, maybe I better double check that.
Honestly,
No,
I
you
think
were
I may have forgotten, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go down to the. Actually, I know I didn't forget. I'm going to go down to the LCS tomorrow morning, I think, because I have. Papa asked me to go look to see if I could find something for him, and then I could go look to see if they have 11 while I'm there still. It may not be the A. If it's the A cover, great. If it's not, then maybe I might give you my A cover if that's what she'd rather have. So, anyways, I'll take a look.
Yeah, that's all right. It's no stress.
I gotta write it down though, because I fucking forget shit.
Don't tell me Mark's going to be lighting up Godzilla again. He's dimmed the lights.
Well, Finn asked me to.
Oh, okay. There you go, Finn. You got the stage.
okay.
Oh, and he's got a Spider-Man t-shirt. Look at this guy. What a
Oh,
legend.
yeah.
Hey, don't worry about that.
Well, I don't know what you talk.
That's nothing. That's nothing that's happening.
See what's on FOC here.
Simon up there, he lives in Australia where the kangaroos are.
Mm-hmm.
He actually got beat up by a kangaroo. He couldn't even take one.
Don't tell him that.
He's really embarrassed by it. He lost the fight so bad. The kangaroo put him in his pouch, ran away with Simon. It took him 3 days to find him.
Why?
Because it put him in his pouch and it hopped back out into the
No neighbors talk.
the ever, and they just had a hard time finding him out there.
Can I get up to you? Look what's right there. Did you see what's right there?
How you doing there?
Hey, Dr. Von Hoot. Hey, he'll
Nothing.
appreciate this.
That's
Finn,
probably
grab the contraption.
Got the contraption.
I like the start of this already. That sounds tremendous.
I like it better when my wife says, "Hey,
Yeah.
grab the contraption."
light it up. It's black and white, Daddy.
Hold on. I have the light off. Here, Monkey, take the controller. Watch your face, Finn. All right, Monkey, fire him up.
Holy moly!
Yes!
How can I get one? Like that's
I got it from Walmart.
wow. Does it breathe smoke too? Is it breathing
Yeah.
smoke? Wow.
It's water vapor. Yeah.
Godzilla vapes, bro.
Oh wow.
Don't move it.
I'm
Sends them up
in.
and
I'm in.
forward,
I'm
and
so
tail
in.
moves separately, he roars. And he does a spike. Well, no, it's loud, baby. And the microphone's right here. That's in everyone's ears.
That is amazing.
Here, take it in there. Take it in the kitchen. All right, go, Monk.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's super duper cool.
Yeah, I mean that really is cool. Like that's I've got to get one. I've got to get one. That's tremendous.
Yeah, it's been the hit of the house this week, or really this week. We opened it today, but I bought it last week and it's just been sitting right here. And it took the kids like 2 days to notice it, despite them always running right here. Then finally somebody goes, "Holy crap, you got it!" And then I had to wait the rest of the week to open it. So
The rest of the week, you monster.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm getting.
you that's horrific. That's borderline child abuse. Like
Yeah.
they've had to look at that for what 5 days and not get to play it. Oh,
4. Yeah, they didn't notice it until Tuesday, but
Wow.
they had to do good at school. You know, they get the little conduct
fair
things
enough. Fair enough. I
every day.
understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And every man, it goes without fail. We go to the store. It's fun going to the store, toy shopping and stuff and all that. And that's one of those things. If they have a bad day, you're gonna have to try again next week, kind of deal. And they both had a magnificent week at school, so let's get it.
Boom! You got the Godzilla out. I love it.
Yeah.
Like that's some top parenting. Well done.
Don't
sir.
get me wrong, my dude. I wanted to open it the second I bought it.
Oh, I know that. Yeah. So that's the difference between you and me. Because I would have opened it, I wouldn't even notice if the kid was there.
Yeah, they've jacked it from me to get on Spidey's stream. Like I sent them to feed the dogs, grabbed it, and ran out of the room to come in here to show them. Before, and then Sim found me and took it. What's up, baby?
What's going on?
What's up, little Nicky?
Ooh. We're joined by YouTube royalty.
Wait,
The king of the card rips.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
He's got the bug.
I'm starting to get out of it though now.
Well, despite Nick being here, and don't take this as a personal slight, or do take it as one, Nick. I'm about to hop off and go hang out with the wife. She just got home from work a few minutes ago.
Sure, I understand.
I'll pop back on if y'all are still rocking after a while.
Nick knows he looks good, but he doesn't look Kyle good.
Nah, I'd still sit on Nick's face, though. Don't get me wrong.
No, we know that, but
Ugh.
Oh, so
They just-
Spidey, check this out. I know you'll appreciate this.
Oh, what the fuck? Is that from a new set or is that
That's from a new set.
what the hell? No, I'm not getting back into basketball cards. All right, put it down. Go away.
That's I think from 22-23. Called Photogenic, this one was.
Because that was from the
90.
91, 92 Slam Dunk comp.
Yep.
Oh,
So
yeah, I've been seeing you do a few of the Marvel card rips, and like some of the new cards actually don't look as bad as I thought they would do. Because everybody's been complaining about them, and I'm like, it actually doesn't look that bad.
those Marvel cards are a little bit. The ones you pick up in like Walmart weren't worth it. They have other ones that are really nice, but these cards, man, we're talking like $2,000 a box.
Oh shit!
So,
2000 what?
2,000 American per box. Exactly.
hey, you DVH, you know what? 1, 2, 3, not it.
I don't get that. What I missed?
Yeah. Just usually, you just say somebody say something, you go to claim it, and you are, not it type of shit as a kid. I'm just saying, I ain't paying 2,000. Basically, it's a dumb, lame way for me to say that I ain't paying $2,000 to watch that
That's
shit.
crazy. I mean,
But-
I've recently got into watching the card rip videos, and it's tempting. I understand, but I don't understand $2,000. Like, that's absolutely insane. Like, you have to have FU money in order to think that's
No.
a good idea.
You know what it is, though? It's like some of those, it really is gambling. Because
Yeah.
if you like a numbered card with a big rookie, you're talking a couple $1,000 you can
Yeah,
spend up.
yeah.
Like with this guy, Luka Doncic, he plays here in Dallas. And the word on the street is his rookie card from a set called Prism. There's a black 1-of-1 card, only one in existence, has not been pulled yet. There's a $2 million bounty on that card.
Wow.
But to get a shot at that $2 million, you have to spend $3,000.
I mean, you have to get that card, which is insane. Like,
You have to spend $3,000 a box to get a chance at that card.
yeah, but like, what's in the $3,000 box if you don't get that card? Is my question.
Not $3,000.
See, that's where
Not
the
$3,000. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing.
because I've been looking at the I want to say Marvel Suns pack rips. And I'd like the idea of getting a sketch card in a box. Like, I can see the appeal, but I couldn't.
There's one set that actually gives you painted original art if you win it. You know, like $10,000 or $15,000 worth, but you got to spend money to get that too. You're gonna be really lucky. So, I mean, it's fun. I'm kind of into it now, but I also feel myself getting out of it.
I guess it depends why you're in it in the.
Yeah, that's true.
You just muted yourself, DVH, mid-sentence.
That happens more than you would like.
That's true.
But yeah, it just it depends why you're into doing it as to whether you know.
Hey, Donnie.
$16,000 for a Mania ticket. Is that what they're charging for front row now? That's insane.
I don't know. We went here in Texas 2 years ago, and we paid like $100 a ticket. I think it was.
Back in the day.
I think last time I looked at Mania tickets, it was about $3,000 for a front row seat.
Yep, no shortage of stuff to spend your money on.
Yeah.
That kind of money that people spend for to sit front row or something at one of those sporting events, or even $7,000 sit nosebleeds, $8,000 sit nosebleeds at Super Bowl, and yet I get looked at weird for spending $500 on a fucking comic book.
Yeah. For that,
I mean, I understand that. I understand going to an event, but I don't understand spending that sort of money. That's insane.
Because you know what? The day after I bought that comic book, I still have that comic book.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I've got tickets for the Wembley show, the AEW Wembley show, all in, and they're £750 for 3 tickets, and they're on the ground, so like they're pretty close to the action, that kind of thing. Like, and even that seems like too much. Like, to me, like I'm. But it will be an experience that the kid will remember and I'll remember, so I get it. But I'm not in love with spending that money.
And it's
I always think
it's a different dynamic when you're that close.
Yeah.
Like, I've sat second or third row to a basketball game, and that is just a whole nother animal.
Well, with wrestling, depending on where you're at. I mean, even like being on the floor and some of those big games, you can be on the floor, but you're 25, 30 rows back, and you don't have the benefit of the elevated seats.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, you know, people standing up in front of you, you can't see shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to be the kids' problem. Like, it's not
Right.
going to be my problem. I'm tall enough; it's fine. But
Just look up. Hey, look, they got a television
look at
up
the
there.
screen.
Watch
Right.
TV. I know you paid money to be here. Now watch TV. Now watch it on TV.
Like this is the thing though. Like Tool was here last week,
Right.
and tickets were expensive. All right, so I was gonna say, all right, I'll spend $300 for the ticket because I really want to see them, and I've seen them before.
300 for Tool, is it? Wow.
Yeah. So
I would have guessed around 150. So like that's.
I tell you, I haven't bought tickets obviously for a show in a long time because I would have said $40 is too much.
no, not at all. And the thing is when you go to check out, the fees that they hit you with is like another $150.
What?
$200. This is why I didn't go.
You're joking. That's insane. Like that doesn't happen here. You get a little bit of fees, but like
Yeah, it's like a booking fee is like 1% or something.
Yeah,
and...
it's not like that. Like I bought tickets for Mr. Bungle, which is Mike Patton's.
Hey,
When I heard you say that you were going to Mr. Bungle, I said, "God damn, DVH doing Mr. Bungle. He knows Mr. Bungle. He's all right."
Yeah. I mean, I try. I loved Mr. Bungle back in the day, but like that was about £55, and I thought that was a bit pricey, honestly, for Mr. Bungle. Like, like that's.
I'm way out of touch with buying what tickets cost. Apparently,
if you're seeing,
I noticed that after the pandemic, like everything else, like it just skyrocketed because we used to pay about around $100, give or take, for most concert tickets,
right?
And then we were like, when Def Leppard and Motley Crue were coming out, I'm like, oh yeah, I'd love to see Motley Crue. Never seen them live before. I've seen Def Leppard before, and I'm like, they're like $180 for like nosebleed, and I'm like, I ain't paying that, no bloody way. And then the missus was able to get $50 tickets, and I'm like, yes, we're going now.
Yeah, I saw Tool 2 weeks before the pandemic hit, and those tickets were $125.
Yeah, so that's not too
after
bad.
The pandemic, they went to like $190, and then after because all the resellers get them. Guys like Beckerman, just buy them up and they sell them for like.
You guys need to have crappier taste.
Mike.
You guys need to have crappier taste in music. No band I see costs more than $20.
To be fair, I'm going to a gig on next Saturday, and it costs £10. So. I mean, I've got to get there. It's in London, but it just costs £10. So that's a bargain. And I'm as excited about that gig too.
How far out of London are you?
I'm in Reading, so it's like an hour 10-ish.
That's not that bad.
It's fine.
I didn't know there was a difference between London and the rest of England.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same all the way.
It's all one city, like Wisconsin.
Yeah,
I'll take your word for that. But yeah,
basically. I'm gonna come by you, DVH. I'm coming by you, and we're gonna go to a Wrexham game.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'd love to go to a Wrexham game. That sounds really fun. I mean, I don't sports ball, but like I'd go to that. Yeah.
How far away is that from you?
Far enough that it would be awkward. Like it's like Wrexham's in Wales, so probably I don't know
4 or 5 hours.
4 hours. Probably, I would think.
Wow, yeah.
But I bet you if Kylie Minogue was in London, you'd drive.
I mean, Kylie Minogue is regularly in London, and
I know because she lives there.
Well,
I did go to the Neighbours reunion show though on purpose.
Yeah, but there's things like distance that are all relative. Because like my wife just went to go visit our youngest this weekend at university. It's a 6-hour drive. And that's just barely crossing the border to the next state.
Wow.
If I stay in the state to go down to my parents, they're in Southern California, it's an 8-hour drive to get to them, and I never even leave the state. So
yeah, I heard Beckerman was 9 hours away, and I just hopped in the car.
Holy shit. Okay, I have been way out of touch on ticket prices because I'm looking right now, like even like KMFDM is coming to San Francisco. And that's a band like I've watched a billion times. It's $75 to go
Oh,
to
Mike, Mike, your best friends here.
to go to a show at the Fillmore. That's crazy to me.
And the Fillmore is a small venue too, right? It's like it's a theater.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, KMFDM doesn't fill out arenas,
Yeah.
but I mean, again, my problem is I haven't gone to a lot of concerts in the last 20 years. Most of my concert time was when I was in radio, and so either I went for free, or I back then things were cheaper. So when I go see KMFDM at the Edge in Palo Alto, and Rammstein's opening for them, and I'm paying $20 for a fucking
a Rammstein ticket now will cost you a lot of money.
Well, here you go, David.
Yeah.
For that show, KMFDM was the headliner. Rammstein was opening for them. Before the show, Rammstein was out front handing out CDs because nobody in America knew who the fuck they were, except for a few people like me who were like listening to German industrial metal or German metal industrial and stuff like that. Right? Yeah. And so it was like, oh, okay, cool. Well, that was ahead of Du Hast.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I had never seen them play, and they came out and they did Du Hast. And I remember watching, they came out and the whole band was on fire. Literally. They're wearing like trench coats and stuff, on fire. They walk out, they pick up their instruments. The instruments now catch on fire, and they fucking play the song on fire. And I was all, dude, this is the most metal shit I have ever fucking seen.
Yeah, they know how to do a show. I've never seen Rammstein live, and I sort of always wished I should have. The thing is, like I say, they are expensive now. They're doing sure stadium size.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a club, but I mean, I also saw bands like Metallica in a club, because with the radio station, we would do stuff with their fan club stuff. So they'd be like in small clubs, like nightclubs stuff, and Metallica would show up unannounced and play, but we knew they were going to be there, type thing. And watched Ozzy Osbourne open for Black Sabbath, where Ozzy did a double set where he came on as Ozzy, then came on with Black Sabbath and played, and it was just like fucking insane.
Yeah, I've seen Metallica once at Reading Festival, and I saw Ozzy with Black Sabbath at Hyde Park a few years ago. But it's going to be very different in a club compared to like these sort of festival style.
I'll put it this way. I saw Rage Against the Machine in a club.
Yeah,
I got kicked in my face before they even played a note.
I hate big festival shows because it's just pointless to me. It's like it's just cranked up. The music's distorted to the hell. It's too loud. There's too many damn fucking people. And if I want to watch it, they're like this big, or I'm watching TV screens. It's like, you know what?
Well, I mean, unless you go to the front, which is
and get
an option when you're younger. I wouldn't do that now. But like, I saw Iron Maiden once at Reading Festival, and I forgot my glasses because I wear glasses sometimes, and I was really frustrated by how little I could see them. So I just went right to the front of it so that I could see the show.
Mastodon's talking about Slipknot, Disturbed, Mastodon. Yeah, those are like those. My wife would go to those. I mean, we went to. I think my wife's favorite, because I was more into the industrial side and she was in the metal. So like one of her favorites. So like we went and saw. It was White Zombie and Pantera.
I would like that.
The Cow Palace. That was a.
Before I left Iowa, I saw Corey Taylor in a room of 250 people doing cover music.
That's pretty cool.
Like Slipknot was popular at this. This was only a few years. It was the year I left, but I only went because I knew a friend that could get me in, and I wanted him to sign his comic book. And he did.
Nice.
Who else I saw when Marilyn Manson opening for 9 Inch Nails back in the day.
Yeah.
and the Jim Rose Circus. So it was the Jim Rose Circus, followed by Marilyn Manson, then Nine Inch Nails.
When I think I was 14, I got a tape of the Jim Rose Circus, and it was it traveled like that videotape traveled around to all my friends because that was
that's pretty crazy shit.
Yeah,
that was just, all that stuff. I mean, I barely paid for shows because I was working in radio. Either there was getting tickets from the college radio station or from the Rocks radio station I was working for. So I have I guess I have a very distorted view of what tickets should cost. And then I haven't gone, like I said, I haven't gone in 20 years. My wife's gone. She goes to metal shows all the time, takes my son to Metallica and AC/DC or whoever else is coming around. Sabaton, I think she's one of her favorites. But she goes, "You want to come?" And I'm like, "No." You know what?
I've got only slabs to do.
No, you know what? I like to listen to I like to listen to music, and I don't necessarily care for the
atmosphere and the people.
Yeah, and as I've gotten older, it's partly the people, but partly it's like I want to hear the music. I don't want to hear the distortion.
Yeah, and, I mean, I don't like it when it sounds bad. Like that'll drive me mad. Like,
so nobody likes going to bad music. I once paid $15 to see Macaulay Culkin play a kazoo made out of a pizza box.
I mean, I would definitely spend that money on that. That sounds amazing.
Terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
And if you don't know what that is, look up Pizza Underground. I don't believe they're around anymore, but Macaulay Culkin was in a Velvet Underground tribute band that played instruments made out of old pizza boxes, and they changed all the lyrics from being a Velvet Underground songs to being about pizza.
Now, I will tell you what band I would be interested in seeing, though. I have been really keen on, and I had tickets, but I didn't get to go to concert because of complications. Last time was Cybertronic Spree was going to be in town.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see that.
I'd like to see that because that's a stage show.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That I got to see those guys all.
I'm 100% with you on that.
If the other guys don't know who they are, they come out in full Transformers kit, dressed like Rodimus Prime and RC, and
I think I've seen TikTok things of those guys.
Yeah.
Marcus.
Oh, what's up? Am I lagging? I'm not lagging, am I?
No, you're good.
I don't think so.
You just haven't said anything.
No, I'm listening. I'm enjoying the
conversation. I don't doubt that, but like you're not lagging at all.
You're practicing your chill for later on when you do FOC and chill. For those people that know that great show that you do on Tuesday nights, right?
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
Thank you for that plug. I had a good night gambling on UFC, so I just bet big on the Chiefs money line tomorrow, Rob.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's gonna be unfortunate.
You guys still friends right now, or are you getting a little?
I don't have
until Monday.
I didn't spend his money. Even when he loses, Marcus, just remember, I didn't play the game. I'm not a coach. Your beef is gonna be with the Kansas City Chiefs, not with me.
I can't wait.
Is there a wager on this game between you two, or
no? I'm not.
I tried to bet my facial hair against Rob's. He would not take the bet. He doesn't believe in the 49ers.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I mean, Ravens crushed
if he truly believed, it would be a no risk.
Ravens got crushed by the Chiefs.
Hey, look, I never believe in anything because I believe strongly in the chance of that the Niners strongly could lose the game, but they also could win the game.
That was before the Taylor Swift
minutes ago. You sounded a lot more confident.
No. I was giving some shit about the fucking money line bet. That's all. I'm not putting any of my money up on the line on the Niners on this thing. No.
Let me post my bet.
I hope they win, but you know what?
Rob's the only guy who's going to the what do they call those things? The McCaffreys couldn't afford?
Shut your mouth, Spidey.
A box?
The suite?
Yeah, the suite. $2.6 million for a suite. Rob's going.
At that price, it's a sour, not a sweet. Jesus.
That's right.
He's going by himself, no less.
Does a sweet have a mouth to give me a blowjob? Because
Even that.
Hey,
better-
what are you doing, Remy? Stop writing under my name.
It better have a need kind of.
Jesus, 2.6 million. No, there ain't no chance in hell. I wouldn't
Rumor
even pay.
has it Hoarder's Hyde bought one and is going to sit in it by himself and not let anybody sit next to him.
Even if the suite was $8,000, I wouldn't be spending that kind of money on that.
It's crazy money. Crazy.
Did you order yours from Amazon UK?
Yeah, I've got the printed in Great Britain edition.
Because I tried looking for it on ours, and we haven't got it listed.
Hey,
It's not
You have the UK variant.
What I'd say is have a look at the Kindle version, like select Kindle, and then go across to the paperback version on the Kindle, and you'll probably be able to find it then.
No. I know how this plays out. Spidey, you have to wait 15 years for the reprint from out of Australia.
Pretty much.
It's US, UK, and then 15 years everywhere else. And they mash all the books together. I've seen it done before.
Or just watch CJ and win a copy off him and have him ship it to you.
Hey, Rem, I'm curious. Do you have your copy handy?
Of course I do.
Where does it say it was printed on the last page in the back?
So mine says it was printed in Delaware.
Okay, yeah. So they must all do them different locally.
Yeah. So mine's the Great Britain.
Hello. We're in Delaware.
Oh, Wayne's World reference.
I love you, Mike.
I love you, Remy.
Get a room.
They do at HeroesCon. Oh no, Becker won't be there.
Nope.
Becker, I was in
I
some
miss
chat.
it.
I don't
Sad times.
I don't remember what chat I was in, Beckerman, but they started talking about me and you, and it was
You and me.
universally Beckerman over Circum. So it made me feel real good. It was fun. I enjoyed that chat. I forget which one it was.
Sounds like a sensible chat.
Yeah, I mean, I said, I was like, you are a comic book collector, so I could never compete with you, but it still hurt my feelings.
Oh, pish posh. Socially wise, you were much less awkward than I.
Well, that's not what matters to the comic book collectors, though.
Yeah, well,
You're
we're talking
hitting on
about
all
a rare breed
cylinders.
to begin with.
Yeah, but
You're
one
hitting on all
of us
cylinders.
dresses like a Mal, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's like
Are you talking about the real community? Let's talk about the real community.
Yeah, the real community.
I'll tell you what, the real comic book community loves Beckerman.
Yeah,
You know what? I'll say this. Last night, and I've been riding high ever since. I couldn't even sleep afterwards. Last night, Sergio Aragones called me my amigo Becker. And I was just,
nice.
woo.
See what I mean? Nobody else can say that.
Yeah, it's true. There's a lot of Beckerman has a lot of stories like that.
Yeah, when I was talking sports in the Super Bowl with Pepper Johnson the other day, and
Yeah. Actually, I'm going
Yeah.
live with him in the morning.
I went to go eat chicken at the Peanut, and I was talking to Scotty Young, and he drew something on
Jim the
that.
Food and who else?
It's not
was
about
there?
what you know, it's about who you know.
Well, I've been lucky of late.
It's pretty cool. I get to hang out sometimes. Like last year when we went to that bar with your friends, that was real cool. And hopefully we get to do that again. Actually,
Yeah, that group is growing. Like, we have people asking to go now. Like, yeah, I'll tell you about it
That was
later.
fun.
I'm excited.
we'll just make sure Poke and Joe is there again. I love that.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I bring my guys with me.
It's coming up quick, less than a month away, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, 3 weeks, is it?
Was that Planet already?
Yeah.
March 8th.
So last night, Bill put together like a last minute thing on 4C where his usually private call for the National Cartoonist Society opened it up. So nobody could be a part of it. So Ken had to run the spreadsheets himself. which left me to do all the talking and run the chat, which I failed terribly because there's just so many people. Like, so many people showed up with no advertising. We had Stan Sakai, Sergio Aragonis, Scott Shaw, and Bill Morrison. And we were just live sketching and taking claims and cranking out art. Sergio put out art like a madman. Stan Sakai was lovely. His wife got involved at one point. It was so much fun. It went for 3 hours. It started at like 8 p.m. Central. I was tired, and I just picked up that book.
Can we get a link for that channel?
I've got a copy of that book in
right?
my wife's shit.
Can we get a link for that chat? It's a 4C Live, right? That channel. A lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. But anyway, it was the stream last night. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. They told some great stories. You know, Sergio's been around so long. He has like stories about Johnny Carson, Bob Kane, like because he used to be a sometimes guest on the Carson show. Like he would go, he was involved in the networks doing art and stuff, and like because a Mad Magazine was so popular and so relevant in the 70s. It's crazy.
Yeah, Mike's like the only guy who's like, yeah, you know what? When I was in the hot tub with Bill Clinton and
you guys suck.
And Slash from Guns N' Roses, we were talking about issue 12 of the Spider-Man McFarlane run. It's like, hey, how about those pencils?
Hey, Remy.
Is Nick
there it is. Mad Spidey's on it. 4C Live.
What are you doing? I think you're
Thank you, Remy. I was like, it's chopping up Coke.
Chopping up lines. Like, golly, I've never done it, but I've seen it done.
He's starting a new show called In Between the Lines. Dallas edition.
The Dallas Buyers Club edition.
See me crying skinny like
man.
All right.
Between the lines. The full white version.
Full white.
Full white.
White lines. Go away.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm going to be seeing one of your countrymen in the next couple of weeks, DVH. Mr. Russell Howard is coming out here.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go see his live show in a couple of weeks. So
yeah, he should be pretty funny, I would think.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Russell Howard. He's
he's pretty good.
He's a funny bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, they do quite a lot of tours.
He said
the comedians over your way. But I listen to a lot of podcasts with comedians from here, and they're always talking about how they're going to Australia at some point. So like it's
well, it's your guys' Puerto Rico.
Oh my god! I just got an alert on my phone. Mad Spidey's live.
Holy shit!
Oh shit!
Well, the jury's still out on that one, Rob.
It's on. I don't know if it's live.
It could be Memorex.
TDK.
No, the ad was, is it live or is it Memorex?
I only came on because Nick was here.
You know, Beckerman, I think about you way too often.
Here we go. Here we fucking go.
Like my eBay,
I don't get this.
My eBay watch list is just littered for stuff that I'm just like, Mike might like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nick used to talk about me like this.
I will tell you that I was thinking about, I thought about Beckerman this Sunday. I was sitting there in front of Chris Marinan going through his books if I was trying to find something for him. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything that I knew you would want there. But I almost talked to him about a commission instead.
And Marcus, just to refute your claim, Marcus, I'll tell you what. If you have not watched the unboxing of when Mike bought a mystery box for me, I put a nice little Something is Killing the Children book that I know you didn't have in there. I was like, Mike might want to give Marcus a gift.
It's in my Marcus pile. That's right. There's a pile.
There you go.
Oh,
Cadence. I think it was a
pile of us or a pile of
as
shit?
much as Marcus hates me, I actually watch his damn content just so I can figure out what he needs.
Yeah, I only hate you for fun.
I wake up every morning to
recreationally
more
hate me.
Yeah, recreational outrage. Yeah.
We all know Mike can be an arsehole online, but he's really got a big heart.
And that's why it's so
large,
difficult.
actually, and filled with ricotta cheese.
When Mike
I was
wants
trying to say
cut
something
you,
nice. Shut up, goddammit.
Mike cut you to the quick, boy, right to the heart.
You actually realize that it's like Marcus and Mike here are actually, it's just like a funhouse mirror version of each other.
I mean, I can see the ways in which that could apply. Yeah.
Yeah. Same glasses, same goatee, same complexion. It's just, you're each on one side of a funhouse mirror looking at yourself.
We're both mixed. Yeah, that's true.
All right, kids, I've got to bounce because I've got no battery left on my phone. So,
Well, and in your defense, it's coming up on what, 3 a.m?
No, I'll join the chat. I've got to stay awake for a while just because I woke up very late today, but I can't be here. So
He's always up this late for
Is
episode
there
2,
no
which always blows my mind. I
Plug in
appreciate
your
it.
phone. Mal, plug in your phone.
It is plugged in. It's
That
plugged into the
wow.
computer
This
because
is terrible. Do you even YouTube, bro?
I wish I could make it work, but I can't. So I'll be in the chat. See you later, guys.
Later, homie. Good to see you always.
See you, mate.
Always good to see you.
So I gotta say, Alan actually completed my new Warriors collection. The one thing I've been hunting for several years. Alan AOK'd me a Namorita #1.
Oh, nice.
I know you've been looking for that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been a long time coming for over a decade.
Is it
I
such
wouldn't
rare
buy it
book?
online.
I've been looking for it too, and
Now it's time to get you the first appearance of Namorita.
Yeah.
I have several.
The Golden
I've
Age
been
book?
searching for that one too.
Oh, that's Namora, my friend. I'm sorry. I thought we were being factual.
Do you see what I get stuff addressed
Namorita
as
is
now?
Submariner #50, and she's a clone of her
Yeah.
mother.
Yeah, that seems appropriate.
Do you see who that's addressed to nowadays? I can't even get my government name anymore.
Mickey Pancake, baby.
Yeah,
That's
but
awesome.
but are your kids addressing you as that? Because that's where it really comes into play. When you receive the Father's Day card that says Remy Q, baby, it's like, come on, guys.
And if history dictates, if you send something to somebody's government name, they put it aside and don't open it when you want them to open it. So you have to give it to their studio name.
That is true.
Well,
let's see.
I can't get the focus.
Top
Remy
name
Q,
matches
baby.
Remy
Yep.
Q, baby.
Yep.
So, this Namorita, the reason they're so hard to find is it was made by the Miami-Dade Police Department.
What?
And the whole thing is basically about snitching on your parents. The name of
I
the
didn't know
story
this.
is Play by the Rules. And in the back, we see we are all working together, making the world safe for children. If you see a gun, call 911.
That makes sense.
Dude, I think about it all the time, like how my childhood would
it's
be.
interesting
considered
that you say that, because you look at Key Collector, they claim that it's to advocate for the environment. Yet that's not the environment.
No, it's about the whole thing is like, even if it's your parents, if you see
Key
guns
Collector
or
got
drugs
something
in a house,
wrong.
call-
Yeah, I was going to say, it's almost like Key Collector is not perfect.
No.
I mean,
I remember
there is a
one of
part
my-
about the EPA.
One of my earliest videos was about Key Collector being wrong. They had the first appearance of the Council of Kang wrong, and no one cared though, and they eventually fixed it.
And they can thank you for that.
No, I don't think it mattered at all, Rob. But thank you. I don't think I changed anything.
Did you report on it before they changed it?
Yes, I did.
Then
And,
take the win.
all
And they
right,
did it
thank
because of you.
I will take that. That's the CJ way right there. I like it.
That is de facto logic. It's there. You reported on it, then they changed it. Ergo, because of you, they knew they had an error and they fixed it.
I'm an influencer.
The winds of change, and Scott calling him the winds of change.
As a police chief, my most important message to you is that police are your friends. Our job is to protect you and your families.
You're choking
so
me.
if you know something is happening that is not right, even in your own home, or you see a gun or drugs, call the police. Call 911.
They want you to snitch on your dad? What?
Golly, I was going to say.
I'm going to have to distribute this comic book in the Remy Q household.
I know. I'll tell you what, if my kids call the cops on me for having a gun, I'm going to shoot them.
Okay, the views of Remy Q Studios do not reflect.
He's joking. FBI, he's completely joking. He's got Nerf guns.
Bang!
Man, I need this dude to get the knockout.
What you didn't hear is off camera. He said with this first.
Yeah, I didn't show you my other hand.
Thank God I didn't have name Rita as a kid.
All I knew is my kids ain't got no stitches. Because mom and dad didn't raise no snitches.
I do love that this Nikki Pancakes picture here became a shirt that Marcus got none of the money for.
I mean, that does embody him. I mean, look at his face. He's like, fuck off. Fuck you all.
I was feeling, dude. I that was my first Something's Killing the Children shirt. I was feeling myself, man. I really was. Serious business for me. That was funny, though. That was fun. I loved it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was cool.
Well, now the back of this does say over 100 years of caring for the environment. What a weird message. Like, save the environment.
Save your collector. Nailed it.
But watch
they
your
were
parents.
Right. Oh, nice.
You got to watch those old folks.
Is there anything in it on recycling or anything? Maybe that's why. There's got to be a.
Did we recycle back then?
Yeah, I don't think recycling was a thing back then.
I got news for you guys. In my lifetime, recycling has always been a thing. It's just maybe not as
not in my lifetime. It's always been a thing of mine.
I don't know. We used to go to the grocery store and you'd pick up a 6-pack of the bottles of soda, and then you'd have to pay a deposit, and you'd bring the bottles back to the store for them to recycle or reuse.
So bad.
Aluminum, you still could save your aluminum. Now that wasn't like curbside stuff like it is today.
That's what I was thinking of.
But I mean, but recycling was there.
Nope. I remember when we received a blue trash can, and I was like, why'd y'all paint this blue like this? And then I just put it on the curb on the normal day with the trash in it. Because I don't know why they painted it that color.
So in this story, this girl had the courage to drop the dime on her dad. And he says, "Officer, wait, can I just talk to my daughter, Christina, for a minute? Make it fast." Christina, listen, I'm sorry I hit you before. I got mixed up with some bad people, did some things I'm not proud of, but it's all over now. That's all right, Dad. I forgive you. I thought you'd be mad at me for telling on you. Are you kidding? By reporting me to the police, you wound up saving my life.
Until I get shanked in jail.
Wow. So many things wrong with that. Like, there's multiple issues with that whole thing.
Literally,
that's exactly how I envision our justice system plays out. By the way, that is called white privilege.
Are you kidding me? I'm glad you called the police.
Saved my life.
When was this?
I was mixed up with some bad people.
1993.
And his crime was hitting his daughter, right?
Well, no, he got mixed up with Hydro Man's gang, and his kid was trying to stop him from being involved in drugs and weapons, and then he smacked her for not minding her business.
Good old days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hydro Man was selling Uzis for some reason.
Water pistol Uzis?
Yeah, like his gimmick is water. Why is he a gun dealer? This is like a hat on a hat.
Super soakers with extra power.
Super soakers.
I'm glad I raised a narcissist.
Oh god.
What year was that written? What year is this?
93.
1993. Yep.
Oh,
I
I
can't
really
believe it
thought
was such a hard book to
than that.
find. What was it, a very low print run or something?
Well, it was
Well-
literally distributed to the school district of Miami-Dade.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a few
No,
That's
bags of
probably
them out
why
there.
they
If you want to
had
go
named
digging,
Rita as the title character because
you
they
can
couldn't
find all the
afford
other ones.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Do you know the print run for that? The approximate?
I don't.
Couldn't be that many, right?
Who knows?
Again,
with
even
a
if it was-
storyline that riveting, you might
Yeah.
still be able to go to Miami-Dade and still find copies in the police station.
even if there was 1 million of them, 900,099 ended up in the trash can.
Yeah.
Even the comic book collectors looked at it and they're like, "Whoa!" Just threw it away. It's just like,
It's true.
I'll never forget the day my kid snitched on me. Proudest day of my life.
poor Mike. He never got one. He
So-
saw it. He saw it. Somebody said, "Give me that piece of crap," and they ripped it right in front of him.
So that's
Crushed
great. I
it
mean,
ever since.
that's her first appearance. That's her first. No, that's not her first appearance. She said, "Oh, never mind." They
No,
just-
Submariner number 50 is Namorita's first appearance.
got it.
The timely run or the
No,
No,
Right.
no.
No,
Way
Mike's
later.
right. I was confusing it with Nomura.
Ah.
Yeah.
because the book that we organized was the second Namora, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one thing you can assure yourself on is if I'm talking New Warriors, I know
It's
what I'm
Namorita.
saying.
It's Namorita. Yeah.
Because
I'm excited
that
for
was
this
one of the
Nitro
first
today.
things I ever went after was all the first appearances of New Warriors.
Well, Mike, I think you beat the rush.
Yeah, I might have got out ahead of it a little. For a minute there, though, it used to be you could always find a Nova #1, and now it's like harder.
It is a.
You got in at the perfect time.
$50 a book.
I've paid as low as $10 for that book. Not recently.
Yeah.
You still got that Miracle Man book that you found when we were hunting that one time? You remember that?
Yeah.
And you thought,
Yep.
and you were being all snooty to me because I skipped past it and missed it.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
You snooty bastard.
Do we all have something that we bet on? Like for Rob, it'd be the 2099 books. For Mike, it'd be the New Warriors. For me, it would be Exo Manowar from Valiant.
Really?
Marcus knows something's killing the children.
Yeah, but I mean, the it's still out. The jury's still out on that one. Remy's got the Lovely Lady books, which will never go out of style.
I
Yeah,
think I'm gonna
Dark
go
Hawk
get.
got scarce too.
Oh yeah, that's what's up, Remy. I think I want to go get the Prophet run, Rob Liefeld's Prophet. I know it's not good, but I think I want it.
Incredible.
Hey Marcus, did you want a copy of Last Blood?
Last Blood. What is that?
Rob's new book. He
Check
only
it out.
sells it in small batches, small batch prints on Whatnot. Like, check it
I
on
never-
eBay right now. The prices of that book are insane in the secondary market.
I've never heard of it.
It came out 2 weeks ago, but it's the end of it's his return to the Extreme Universe.
That's what he's
Prophet
leaving.
shows up at
Marvel
the end
for.
of _1.
Nice. I do.
Look at that brand new logo.
Prophet was
Ooh,
my chief.
I like that.
He's simplified the last one.
Bling bling. Prophet representing. I love this book. It's my baby.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I love it because it's purely nostalgia. I was one of the silly kids that was excited for that back then. So
You should read Last Blood then.
I'm down for it.
I got you.
Yeah, I like it. I have some raws too.
What do you got there?
I got some.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, you got. I don't have that red cover. What is the red cover?
Absolutely.
Is that the second print?
It's all 50-50. Some green.
Oh, that's right. I never see the red one though. That's crazy. I always see the green one.
These are all in my just in case shit happens pile.
It could Jake Gyllenhaal, right? Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Yeah, I didn't get to. I'd never read that. I do plan to read it though, Chris. I do.
The Last Blood #1 launch edition foil signed by Rob sold for $350. Well, best offer, not $350. It was listed at that best offer. The one that was selling for $15. The trade dress sold for $135. The splattered blood trade dress sold for $143.50 and $200. I gave one of those to Pop's Attic because I know he used to like the Extreme Universe. And then the Last Blood #1 Mango White Edition was $99. And then there's currently bids in the $300 range on the Last Blood white cover splattered blood.
He's got a devoted following, don't he? He's also got a devoted hating people hate. I have that book actually. I found that book and had to
I could not pass this cover up. Chromium goodness right there.
Yeah, there's no way I was leaving that in the bin. It was cheap too. So
I've never even seen that book.
I have that one. I bought it from Pop's Attic.
I got mine from B's South is where I got mine from.
Hey Marcus, I got you. I got a cover for you.
Is that a black?
How was the story on that one? Story
Last Blood? Yeah. The art is vintage Liefeld, but the quality of the paper is off the chain.
It does look really nice quality, in the
No
book.
fate, no fate.
No, Rob doesn't want to gamble, Chris. I put $250 on the Chiefs money line though, so I'm all in.
But here, let me show you the last page.
I've also not been going through people's chats and talking shit either about it. So I've just been kicking back and watching, except for Burke. Every once in a while I make a comment to Burke just because I like to poke the bear. But
no, that was cool.
Although I thought this morning's was the best with his purple hair.
I got you, Marcus. I'll put it on your pile. We're seeing
I was
each other
surprised.
next weekend, right?
Is that wrestling next weekend?
Yeah.
Nice. I don't have to work. I'm excited.
Can we get the Delegatos to commit or what?
No, probably not.
I'm bringing Ray.
Oh, really? Nice.
Yeah, so it's me, you, and Ray right now, but I actually have 5 front row seats just in case those Delegatos get off their hands.
Oh, well, if you did you tell them you already got them tickets? Then they'll probably come.
No, I want them to commit, and then I'll tell them they have tickets.
No. Well, I will say that they don't have a disposable income like that to just be throwing it around.
Well, then tell them I have tickets for them, and let's get them there.
Say Big Heart.
Mikey
I will do
Syrup.
that.
Mikey Syrup.
Nikki Pancakes.
What a nice guy sometimes. There was that one clip where somebody said, "Oh, what a nice guy, Beckerman," and 2 or 3 of us was like, "Sometimes," at exactly the same time. I meant to.
Yeah, dude, it was like in surround sound.
I need to go back.
I think you were one of the people.
Of course I was.
I think Mark was another one. The guy who photoshopped his face over my mother.
That was fun. And he has a point. That could be you two, but you playing.
He threw in that you were too far, not he was too far. You were too
Mark
far.
is not leaving Augusta city limits.
Mark
except for once a
is
year.
already in paradise. Yeah, why would he leave?
He's living his best life in Augusta.
I love it here. I'm living my best life here. I love KC, man.
Oh, I love it here.
I've lived a lot of places, and this is definitely my spot.
However, I can be swayed away from Texas.
Come on, brother.
I feel like you would be a natural in Kansas City.
And then you could still claim to be Texan for a long time.
Or would you like to go to a place where
Thanks, Simon. I appreciate you getting
there's no snow unless you want to go there to the snow. There's no oppressive heat unless you want to go to the desert. There's no.
You just have to pay $10,000 a month for mortgage. That's all.
I lived in California. It's crazy expensive, man.
I pay nothing close to that in mortgage, but then again, I also bought my house 20-something years ago. So
I just paid off my house this year, and I think I might stay a little while.
I am definitely going to lose my money on this last fight. Damn it.
All I know is I really enjoy the fact that it's cold here for me. It's in the mid-50s.
Right.
That is a beautiful day here right now.
Right. As I'm a hoodie and shorts. I'm in a hoodie in the house only because I'm not heating the house right now. The back door is open so the dog can go.
That is true.
You know, you leave your sliding. Do you leave your sliding glass door open for the dog in the winter? No. Why not? I do.
Nice.
Oh, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe, baby. Come on, baby.
Who did you bet on, Joe?
Joe Fire. I bet on him to get the KO, though, so he can't just win. He is winning the fight, but I don't think he's going to knock him out. So I'm a sucker. But I won a lot of money tonight.
Tell him to fight faster.
That $250 I put on the Chiefs is entirely money I won tonight, so I'm feeling good.
Oh, Marcus.
Otherwise, I would never bet that much money. I would never bet that much money ever.
Playing with house money.
Yeah, it's dumb once you win, then you start acting like it does. Money stops mattering when it's house money.
I like when in the course of a night, because he's always gambling when he shows up to.
Because it's always Saturday with UFC fights. There's a card next weekend too.
So he always shows up gambling. And his whole plans for the night are contingent on things happening. He's like, "Well, shit, we can go comic book hunting tomorrow as long as this holds up." And then yeah, I can't go tomorrow.
Didn't hold up.
Plans are contingent on what's going on in his phone.
Didn't hold up. Nope.
So it's either McDonald's dinner or full on $100 steak dinner, depending on how much you win.
We're gonna book our HeroesCon stuff this Wednesday, actually.
As long as your bets come through.
No, it's already done. Yeah.
Are you coming solo?
No, my wife was coming again. Yeah.
Nice. My wife's coming too. We gotta find something for all the wives to do.
Yeah, mine's coming too.
I'm leaving mine at home.
Your wife, my wife's not gonna hang out. My wife's not coming to the con.
That's what Jill used to do. She would go and then not go to the con.
My wife could not be less interested in any of this.
Yeah, I leave it. My wife would come and would have fun because she does like comics, but I'm not bringing her because that's expensive.
the guy that raids the wall books is like,
but let's be honest. I want American clear. She's not going to appreciate it if I book her coach and I'm flying first class. So she's going to want, I'm going to buy another first class ticket. And it's not fucking cheap. Matter of fact, I was looking the other week and it's like the airline ticket went up $300 in 1 week. And I was like, well, shit, I better fucking buy it and lock it in now because I can't have it keep going up.
Yeah, my idea of fun my wife's idea of fun stuff DVH is not anywhere near my idea of fun stuff. They're very different.
Well, my wife would come, she'd have fun, but then she'd be upset later on because in reality, she has other cons that she likes to go to because she goes to Jordan Con um, for the Wheel of Time stuff, and that's her big deal. And she likes that's her time to get to go to con without me. She goes off, spends whatever she wants to spend. I don't see shit. So this one I do my thing, so it's all good.
Smart.
Nope, mine's the same way. It's like she doesn't collect anything. She doesn't understand. She's like, "You selling those comics too? Where's my money?"
No. Nope. This is I sell my money. I sell mine to buy mine.
And I was like, "You want some? You want some? You want to be paid?" He's like, "You gotta have something in my weekly pull."
You gotta put you to work. You won't get paid.
Thanks, Kyle.
That makes sense.
Kyle's cool.
But
yeah, I suppose I'm sort of lucky as well because obviously Beck collects comics and collectibles and stuff and things like that as well. Like I've never had a partner that's been into the same sort of stuff that I've been into, so actually very lucky in that aspect.
Yeah, well,
we both like Ink Master.
Mary's been sending me pictures from a consignment shop they've been in Oregon of comic books all day today, and I've been like, oh, I can't tell her how many times I'm not interested in the shit.
Aren't we doing something in October, guys?
Yeah.
Legion of Comics, Kyle? Is something going on in October? Or fall?
Yeah,
I wrote down fall.
Comics Curing Cancer.
I might be referring to something else.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, maybe I'll have Mike's sketch cover done by then.
Maybe one day.
Oh, I forgot about that. More Nikki Pancakes art.
Damn it. Just a lot of pressure.
You take your time.
You going to Golden Corral in October, are you, Mike?
Yeah, that I'm into, Mark. I will block time off for that.
And the dude I bet on, he not only did he not knock him out, I'm pretty sure he lost. So
ooh,
that was a dumb bet.
So why do you bet on the knockout instead of the win?
More money.
Is it more money?
Bigger payout because it's rarer.
Yeah, higher risk, more payout. Yeah. In hindsight, it was a really dumb bet, but that happens.
That is probably not in the cards, DVH. I would love to, though. I hear it's a great con.
Tag small feet.
I think Bill's going. Bill, I know, is going to Lake Como this year. He's taking.
Oh, that's a dream for original art collectors. That is a dream destination.
Yeah, I want to go too, just because I would like to speak Italian in Italy. Just walk up to people and be like, bippity boppity, boppity boopity,
gelato.
Gelato.
You think, for me to try and get over there to go to Heroes is expensive. Going to Lake Como Con is like super, because it's super exclusive.
Right.
It's extremely hard to get tickets. It's extremely expensive to get tickets. You pretty much have to stay in the castle that the COD is in. And that's super expensive as well because it's a very rich area.
So what you're saying
for a while now.
So what I'm hearing is it's about $75.
Yeah, about that.
I stay with George when I'm in Lake Como. George Clooney.
Is that where he lives?
That's where he lives.
Wow. I always thought, like, as a Mexican, I'm kind of letting my people down, but as an Italian, I'm doing pretty well. So I always thought I identify more as an Italian. I could be like, Mi chiamo Mike. Io sono de Kansas City.
Hey.
Molto grazie.
Molto bene.
Ciao, bambino.
Fettuccine Alfredo.
Lasagna.
Here's Digger.
Hey, Ripper. Card Ripper Jim.
Hey.
You know, I still got a bunch of cards I need to post that I ripped. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of went off the scale and put more digging shorts up, and they've been going up.
Well, you got people here. I want to take a step away for a little bit, MadSpidey, to go cook a steak.
Ooh.
Because it's 7
Can you
o'clock at
film
night.
it?
I could, but I won't.
He's getting hungry just thinking about it.
I want to live vicariously through Rob.
I have a ribeye steak
right?
that has been seasoned. I seasoned it yesterday, and it's been It's been dry marinating now for over 24 hours. It's now ready to go get cooked. So,
right.
Enjoy.
Rob's got that $2.6 million suite at Super Bowl.
Everybody wants Rob to cook for them.
I know.
so anyways, I'll just move myself backstage for now, and I'll be back.
I wanted to come on and show my hold on, my limited edition, one of a kind, super rare now because he changed the logo. You can't get this anywhere anymore, people. This is Remy Q old school tee. He's gonna have new ones that are, you can't find those anywhere.
I have one of those shirts.
Awesome. Then you're in the know.
I want one with a big logo. I don't like the pocket logos. I like big logos.
Is that right?
I bullied DJ Lynx into making bigger sizes of that.
Well, yeah, I remember that because, that's just not right. They should have a bigger size one.
Oh, yeah. DJ Lynx hates the fats. It's like a self-loathing thing because he's like 1/4 fat, and he like has a lot of self-loathing, and when he looks in the mirror, he's like, "Fuck Fat Becker. He doesn't get a 4X. No 4X shirts in the DJ Link shop."
He doesn't get a 4X. That son of a bitch.
Yeah, what is the fascination with pocket logo T-shirts?
Well, you know what, Spidey? Actually, on the T-shirt the first shirt that I made, the Digger Jim logo is huge. It's really big. It's right there.
Huge.
I just don't. It's too much. So I shrunk it down to a pocket size, and even John was like, I don't know, I kind of like the bigger logo.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that I live in T-shirts, but it's more the fact of like if you are out, like if it was just say it's a little bit cold, you got a jacket on. You can't see the pocket logo, but if you've got the big thing and the big design in the middle, people can see it, sort of thing. But I don't know.
So like I can wear this.
Before had a middle of the shirt logo, and he had the largest sticker I've ever seen.
Who is this?
Burke Family 50.
Burke. This is like big round one, right? Yeah. I don't know. I've been working with Teespring, switching it back and forth. So, hey Tim, I heard I was listening to you guys, and then I had to come and jump on because and of course Marcus left, big putts. But I heard you saying that you were bringing your wives.
I'm here.
I'm trying to talk my wife into going because I don't think John is going to go.
What? How dare you?
And I'd much rather, snuggle up next to my wife in a king size bed than, have to share it with bro. We did that enough when we were little.
There are going to be at least 5 or 6 there, I think.
Yeah, my wife has doesn't care about anything with the con, but she would definitely go if I said, hey, because she has close to 6 weeks for vacation. I mean,
is Kyle going?
So,
is Mark's wife going?
I don't think so.
I thought he said she was going to try to come up for like a day or 2.
If she goes, I will move heaven and earth to figure something out.
I thought that's what I heard him say, that she was trying to come up for a day or 2, and they were probably going to. But I don't know how that works.
That would be like the one way I would be like, okay, this is worth putting myself out for.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
But then if my wife comes, she's gonna definitely want to, do some shopping and stuff. Does your wife shop, Nick? Marcus, does your wife shop? Because
what she'll be doing.
I mean, she'll be wanting the car keys and be like, which I won't care because I'll walk to the damn convention. I don't need to drive anywhere. She'll get in the car and say, "Come on, ladies, let's roll," and they'll roll out. And she'll pre-plan. She'll find places to go. That I do know. If she says I'm gonna go, then that's her thing. She'll find all the joints she wants to go to. We went out.
Are you doing the Airbnb again, Nick?
No, I'm actually staying in the Westin this time.
They got you.
You know what it was? Because I was under the impression that I could just scooter around morning, noon, and night.
Nah, you want to be right there, man.
I wouldn't want to scooter in those streets.
Walking home at 2 o'clock in the morning was no fun.
Did you scooter at all?
I did, but at come 10 o'clock, they shut them all down.
Oh, and then you can't get one.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that far of a walk. Remy gave me a ride home. Remy gave me a ride home one night, and the other nights I had to walk.
Poor bastard.
No Uber?
It's only a mile.
Wow, that is I would have been like, it was a mile. And Nick's like, yeah, it's only a mile.
Go back to bed.
Yeah, but
when we went to C2E2, I think we were like 0.6 miles or whatever. It was wasn't even a full mile. And Nick stayed in the same hotel. And that was a ridiculous walk at night. And it was cold and rainy.
We did it in the rain too, didn't we?
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, cold and rain.
Tyler and Lisa were there, and Tyler's stride is about 9 feet long. Lisa, though, she's got little legs, but she's adapted to moving faster.
I'm surprised he doesn't have one of those Andre. I'm surprised he doesn't have one of those Andre the Giant harnesses from Princess Bride.
He does.
And just carries her like a papoose deal.
If he takes his shirt off, it's actually like a birthmark of just the one sleeve that comes down and everything. It's just on there naturally.
He is a giant of a man.
Well, Mike, that's because Denver is civilized.
Yeah, not only do they shut them off at 10 o'clock, but in busier areas, they regulate the speed on them, too.
What up, Caroline?
That's crazy. I did not know that. What if they do that in Richmond? I know they have some all over the place in Richmond. I'm sure they do.
They regulate them at all here.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I think they might, actually. Don't they? I thought they did.
Are you sure?
Because Pocan had one late as hell. Yeah, you're right. Pocan Joe already busted that myth. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. The Midwest don't regulate. Come on now.
Busted more than the myth.
Free over
here. Beckerman, who are you going to see at Planet Con? Who's the one person you're most excited to hang out with?
I have set up commissions with Doug Mankey and Eduardo Rizzo.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I've got a commission from Jeff Edwards I'm excited about.
Nice. So Adrian Barbeau is going to be there.
Yeah.
Yep.
John Bronthal.
I keep getting texts from
Henry Winkler,
Milt.
Hey.
Con. He wants me to come back to Steel City Con, and I think it's in April. And he keeps sending me all these different, so and so is going to be there, Ali Sheedy and different people. I'm like, I don't care. I don't go for the signatures.
Vincent D'Onofrio is going to be there.
Danielle Fischel.
There's just some that I would be interested in.
Don't get him going on.
Yes! That's one of yours too, Marcus?
You goddamn right it is. I love to think until I die. I will leave my wife right
Let me do the impression. Oh, Danielle Fischel. She can still get it. Oh.
That wasn't very good, Mike. But you.
Here we go. Jenny Garth.
What we got? Chris Claremont will be there. No, that's a cool one. Although he seems to always be places, but it's still cool.
Yeah, he's everywhere.
Hey, Gleason's going to be there again too, huh?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Of course, Colin Bunn is always there.
Same booth right next to Bill Morrison, and they'll have Maria Wolf and
she's
Doug Mankey, and
is it Monkey or Mankey? Damn it!
It's Mankey. It's Mankey. I say it weird because that was a name I always read. What up, Remy?
John Bernthal, Punisher is going to be there. That'll be fun.
Yes, Remy.
Jason Aaron is always there.
I'm
Paul
jump
Bettany, The Vision.
Later
Remy.
Bye, Remy.
The Vision, Paul Bettany will be there.
Stop interrupting Remy. He's trying to talk.
Oh, sorry. My bad, Remy.
I'm going to jump off for just a little bit, guys, and then I'll be back.
All right, Remy.
I'll miss you when you're gone. Bye, Ren. Henry Winkler, the Fonz.
But yeah, the art rep for Maria, Doug, and Pat is Johnny Bingo. And that's the crew that wants to jump in with us in the Bill Morrison crew.
Are you going to be tabling with them, Mike, or are you just going as a...
No, I'm going to help my buddy Ray again. I'll be over there. I'm bringing my own chair this year.
When it's comfortable.
Yeah, I need a comfy chair.
I hear you. I respect that.
What's going on, little man?
You're gonna be...
Hey, Alice.
They actually started the guest list for Heroes.
Yeah,
Really?
They started that a while ago.
Chaikin, Claremont, DeFalco, DeZago.
Yeah, some great legends going.
Daniel Warren Johnson, of course. Joe Jusko, Jay Lee, Rick Leonardi. Oh, look, Rick Leonardi for some 2099 stuff.
He was there last year.
He was there last year, yeah. I think I got the book signed last year from
Koi Pham. I think maybe I'll get something done from him.
Yeah, I've got an original from him. I got a Scarlet Spider from him.
Yeah, he's another Spencer Beck guy.
Oh, Charles Vess. He was there last year too, wasn't he?
Technically, I'm still on Rick Leonardi's commission list, even though I've never heard back from him once.
That's neat.
Yeah, I gave up on that. He might 1 year, he might go, oh, I'm up to you're 55th in the list or something. And I'm like, no, I couldn't care less now.
I think I'm going to save my pennies, try to dig some extra days to put away because I really like that sketch that Mike's buddy Steve did. So I'm going to find another blank cover and have somebody do that. So we went out to dinner tonight, and then there was this half-price bookstore right near where we ate. My wife's like, "Can we go in there?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they had comics.
I was gonna say that.
Of course, yeah. I love
Half-Price.
And I was like,
"Okay,
nice let me." Yeah, but whoever was pricing these things was on some next level cocaine trip, because I was like, old does not equal high value when half the fucking page is hanging off. I mean, like, what are you smoking, bro? I mean, they put stuff on the back of these things and they're like, oh, that's a 4.0. I'm like, in some alternate universe, maybe, but not here. So I didn't get a whole lot because I told the guys I was leaving, I was like, you might want to rethink your prices on some of those books, but somebody will buy it. But they had cheapo ones, and I found this one and this Lobo and couldn't pass it up, just because you see it's the chrome crotch variant.
Nice.
You had to get the chrome.
I got
crotch.
your cover enhancement swinging.
That's right, tip. And then I got this one just because it's George Perez cover. And I'm gonna look at it now. The Wally Woods Thundar Agents. And this was $2.95, and I thought that was pretty decent price for a Superman family.
Oh, a little Dead Man action.
Yes, I'm gonna definitely bust that up and read it tonight for a bit. And then this was only $3, but I love reading these things, man. This is from 1981, man. I mean, they have an interview with what's his name, Paul Levitz. Levitz, does that sound right? Paul Levitz. When he takes over the Legion of Superheroes, and right in the middle of the interview, he's like, the Legion is a real bitch of an assignment. I don't blame anyone for not wanting it. I'm not at all surprised we have problems talking people into it. I'm like, oh my God, they just let anything go here. But it makes me more exciting to read it when I see those big splash pages like that.
What are you reading?
It's comics
feature.
Feature. I've never seen these, but these
from 19. It was a comics journal.
Yeah, 1981. So they're interviewing Paul.
If you ever want my password for the Comics Journal archives,
is it cool?
Well, it's Comics Journal, so it goes through the 70s, 80s, 90s to now.
Well, I feel like they opened up more to a degree with some of these than than people.
Yeah, we had Spidey read a homophobic Bob McCloud rant.
Really?
Yeah. He got the password for that archive when he was on an ayahuasca journey with Bill Finger in the Joshua Tree back in '63.
You're a dick.
Nick with an N, please.
Was that the one about John Byrne and nobody would read it out loud, and I said I'd volunteer to do it?
No, it was yeah. So it was a John Byrne interview. And he was going off about Bob McCloud draws everybody like greasy homosexuals or something. Like, it was bad. It was a bad letter.
Well, I'm not surprised. John Byrne is an angry man.
Yeah, he is an angry man.
Great artist, but angry man. I don't think I would have hung out with him.
Hateful,
which is funny because, like, I've mentioned this to Mike before, but like one of our big cons over here is Supernova Expo. The guy who runs Arsed Alley, he's actually been to John Byrne's house a couple of times.
Okay.
Oh, I thought I recognized him. I was playing pool with that guy.
There,
that was for you, Nick. I've never met John Byrne, so I do have a sketch from him.
But apparently, he's very hospitable, very nice guy. But obviously, it's got to be within context, and he's got to be in the right mood. So,
how's it going, dude?
I don't know. Doesn't he? Isn't he now like a? I mean, he's Canadian. He's British Canadian. I mean, he was born in England, but I mean, I just thought maybe some of that nicety would rub off. But every time I hear anybody talk about him, they say no, he's a big ass.
No, the Canadian's nice. The British side, not so much.
Well, I think he's tempestuous, and he's got a kind of a fiery nature.
Listen, I don't understand your big words, all right? So I'm going to take my disrespect, right?
Oh! Sorry, I was speaking Nick's language there.
Thank you.
Tempestuous.
Lady Fantastic, when you talk to Nick, if you could just use vowels, that would be great. Like, hey-I-oh!
Let me think.
Speak like Eddie Vedder would sing. Just
Burns a little.
Yeah, now I know what you're talking about now.
He's Ogats, and that's Scafuza he's running around with.
Forget about it.
He's got his moods,
Fritz and Dix. Except for you, JVH. We love you.
I did a semester abroad at the University of Nottingham, Doc Von Hoot. I don't know where you're located, but you're probably not there. You're probably
Did you see Robin Hood there?
Us, it's all pretty much the same place.
They had so many stupid
and I get crap. I get Ajita, Nick. She's
nice
just like,
nice one.
Oh, I did a semester abroad at
at Nottingham Forest.
Well, whatever. Fuck off. No, I got depressed because it was fucking the fucking terrible weather there. It's a fucking depressing human place. I was just like, oh my god. No, I had it. It was a good time, but the weather there is really different than I'm with, but it's also like a fucking island.
It's dismal.
That's
probably putting it mildly. I know when the missus went over there with her mum for about a month, Just so like nothing but rain and cold and just yuck. It's just
It'll affect your mood. It did to me. Maybe some not, but I was coming from like Baton Rouge, Louisiana, which gets a good bit of sun and heat to there. But whatever, it was really cool. But they also had really chintzy like pubs, like the Nottingham, Robin Hood's, fucking Merry Men, and all that shit. Like there's some things that milked it, but it was also a really nice town, and it had a really nice city center, and had some good clubs or whatever, and I had a great time. It was pretty close to Birmingham, and it's a little what is a giggle.
The weather is constantly shit.
Thank you, Doc Von Hoot. Just to let them know. I was trying to be diplomatic, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it was fun. I learned a lot. I was there when George Bush W was there. And I caught a lot of shit for being American.
Like we're in the coalition of the willing.
Yeah, they were part of it.
They just
ready to roll.
We had us. It was England, Morocco.
Yeah, I mean Tony Blair
Sweden was
was
some
a
PlayStation.
dog, I think, is what they worded him as. But yeah, I caught a lot of flack. Like I was like the assistant and supposed to like purvey this information to W himself. Like, and I'm like, I'm just here to. You telling me this at a bar? But it was interesting. Culture shock.
Can you understand half of what any of them said?
Yeah, it just depended on where they came from.
Yeah.
It was a little more difficult to understand some of the northern accents.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, I think just Americans weren't being received well.
Well, yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't.
And
the Brits are not too bad. It's the Scottish and the Irish with the really thick accents.
Yeah.
They're the real hard ones sometimes.
Yeah, or like Welsh, if you're from Wales or something. But most people, like I made a lot of really good friends, such that like they can't. I've had friends come from Britain to come and see me here, like since. So it's like I forged a lot of really solid friendships. But
how lucky for them
to get to come to America,
right?
Yeah,
there was one time back in '84. Mike was telling me a story back in '84. He was playing golf and over there
at the age of 5
at the Staley Farm Golf Club over there in Kansas City with I think it was Stan Lee and John Romita Sr. They were playing golf.
Yeah, at the age of 5. JR was caddying for me.
Yeah, they were talking about the pencil layout.
He had earrings for every phase of the moon, as Panda said.
Oh, Lord.
That was the best comment of that weekend.
My hand still kind of tingles.
Are you talking about Adrian?
Yeah.
Yes, Panda. Him and Nick come over and we meet JR, and Panda walks away, and I can hear him still because he's in earshot, and he leans to Nick and he says, "That motherfucker's got every phase of the moon in his ear," and it's true. It went little to big in JR's ear, just one ear. He had diamond studs, and they just got smaller as it went up. Right? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yep.
And I bet Senior did this when he thought.
He's like, "What the hell is wrong with that kid?"
I mean, honestly, I kind of expected there to be like a feather hanging from one of them. Like it was just very 80s. It was super 80s.
He is blowing the 80s.
He peaked. He clearly peaked in the. Whatever.
He's a very nice guy. Nice to me, at least.
Mid-60s?
What?
Is he in his mid-60s?
Nah.
Late 50s, I'm going to bet.
Yeah.
Let's Google.
He's probably a little older than me.
He could be 60, but I can't imagine he's deep in him.
67.
What? He looked good for 67.
He looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he works out. He
does work out.
That's true.
He works out.
He's definitely
here. I'll help Nick out. I know this because in the morning when I was handing out donuts, he said, "No, I just had a workout and I don't want to ruin it." And then I got his stuff set up for the day.
Yeah, man, he's got quite a handshake as well.
We have to be able to grip, you
The
know,
man's
penciling
handshake.
and you know.
The Sylvester Stallone handshake that almost rips your hand off.
I'm still kicking myself. Him and Nick had a really good conversation, and I didn't record it.
C'est la vie.
Yeah.
So I got a stack of 6 books of recent-ish acquisitions. Could I show you?
Always.
Whip it out. Let us see it.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
just swing it around.
These are my 2 proto issues. Proto. And this one is Proto Defend. So it's like issue 34 and 35 of Submariner. Kind of features the loose alliance that will be the Defenders. Marvel feature number 1. But so this is a fun one for me. And then we got Proto Invade, which this is kind of a proto.
Well, it's classified as the first appearance of the Invaders.
Okay. Well, yeah. And so this one I found at my LCS. They had it for $37.99, and I fucking scooped that bitch. I think that's a good deal. It's got a little crusty thing that needs to be like cleaned, but I think that was not bad.
Love
But
it.
I'm really excited. I love the I love the Defenders and the Invaders. They're super fun teams, and yeah, so those are my 2 protos. I found this. Maybe Nikki will relate to this, but we got Welcome Back Cotter.
Nice.
Oh,
New Utrecht High School in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look for that one. I think at Heroes.
Yeah, I found it for $6.99. It was very cool. Then we got this really cool one, and some people helped me figure out what the one character I couldn't figure out one, but it's spoofed my number 5. So I had figured out that clearly to me that's Joe Namath.
Yeah.
Yes.
Down here, this is Woody Allen.
Woody Allen.
This is this guy's Dick Cavett.
Okay.
And it took a minute for me to get this one, but then someone named it Donny Osmond.
Yeah.
See it.
I can see it, but he doesn't usually wear like a, I don't know, his hair usually would be different. That's my only problem with that.
Well, I think it's a Donny Osmond. If you can
John.
figure out otherwise. But I thought that was super fun. This was another one I found in the wild.
Yeah, I want that one for sure. That was nice.
The beautiful art and a classic
Yeah, I like
supernatural thrillers number 2 with the Invisible Man.
Kevin Bacon.
Adapted from the world famous thriller by H.G. Wells. And then this one was part of an AOK from Tony Sanders, The Tone. And this is a David Nakayama, Captain Marvel number 1, Kelly Thompson variant. That's I think after Adam Hughes or something. I think he says after Adam Hughes.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's it. Just it's Ted Kennedy. Bobby, you motherfucker.
You know what? I believe that.
That's a Kennedy because of that fucking. They got those little hair things.
It just didn't look like Donny Osmond's hairstyle.
No, that's good. It's a Kennedy. It's a fucking Kennedy.
Yeah, Bobby's got it going on.
Thank you.
Damn, look at that.
Good man.
Bobby knows.
Bobby D got it going
Omniscience.
on.
Congratulations on the Super Bowl win tomorrow too.
Bobby De La Ghetto. The king
Yes,
of
Marcus
Kansas City.
can have a decent meal if his money pans out, from what I understand.
Yeah, he's going to be eating meat next week if
they win. He doesn't have to have ramen. I could feed my kids.
Is there like a over under or a spread or something?
I'm sure.
I don't do any sports betting. If there is, I have no idea.
Yeah,
I played poker with a bunch of guys that were big into sports book, and those guys were like the biggest degenerates. They would literally drive up to Pennsylvania where you could legally book it and then come back. Not that it was a far drive, but the fact that they would do that was hilarious.
All right.
Hey, one time there was Mike was at a poker tournament with Walt and Louise Simonson. Also, I think CB Cebulski was there too, wasn't he?
Right.
Right. And that was the time
That's
Walt
such a
hit
name
that,
dropper, Mike.
That's
he
not
hit
Dick Cavett. Who is it? If it's not Dick Cavett,
he hit that flush draw on
like
4th
Cavett
Street.
to me.
And,
He's
paid off.
saying Rod Sterling
From Twilight.
yeah.
From the Twilight.
I don't know who that is.
That's right. Actually, that is who it is.
No,
I
it
can
doesn't.
see
Oh,
that.
that's Rod Serling. It definitely is Rod Sterling. You're right.
Featuring Rod.
Come with me, if you will.
Well, I had 2 out of 4 incorrect, so learn something.
Who was the
new.
other? Who was Donny Osmond?
Donny
Ted
Osmond was a
Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Ted
He was
Kennedy.
Ted Kennedy.
Ted
Yep.
Kennedy. I see that.
Yep.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the more you
Spot on.
know. This is fun shit. All right. Thanks.
Guys,
That's a
I'm
cool
headed
book.
off.
I like that one.
Thank you,
Better
Spidey,
Nick
for having me.
You're a
Always a
jerk,
pleasure.
Nick.
I know, but I love you, Mike.
I
To
do.
the
I
very
love you.
core and depths of my soul, I love you.
Nicky Pancakes, baby.
See you later, you tall drink of water.
And after
No,
midnight,
not as
it's
tall as
Nicky
you.
Cakes.
Not as tall as you. Jim, I sent you something. Being the card ripping guys, I ripped 50 packs of basketball stickers today.
Holy smoly.
And it was
From what
actually
year?
quite fun from this year. 23, 24.
Nicky, you still buying comics?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He's just on a card binge at the moment.
Yeah,
Not
so
only
am
am I
I.
buying comics, I'm also buying original cover art as well.
Oof,
Bye, Nick.
Wow.
that's beautiful.
He signed my copy this week, and
That needs to be framed and put up immediately.
yeah, I'm waiting on a shadow box, and the actual book is gonna go to CGC. Miko just signed it for me, so.
Ooh.
Oh,
name drop
Nick's
in there.
good friend Miko.
He also did a sketch cover for me, which I have not seen as of yet.
Oh, you mean when you're
Well,
hanging out at your friend Nelson's
we're
business,
hanging
Big
out,
Time
yeah.
Collectibles?
Yeah, I bought Miko. Miko said to me, he's like, "Where's my Christmas gift?" So I had to buy Miko a Christmas gift too. So
Yeah, yeah.
Following your lead there, Michael.
You,
Following
you
your lead.
live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Buy Miko hair products. See how that goes down.
No.
They're just a little inside joke.
No, he's got. No, I'm not going to mess. I
Yeah,
never discuss another man's hair.
yeah.
All right, later, guys.
All right.
Later,
Later,
Nicky
Nick.
Hey,
Pancakes.
Nicky.
I meant to tell Nick before he jumped off, man. Yesterday he looked really tough in that thriller jacket. But when he put the sunglasses on, I watched this movie the other night called Shot Caller with the Game of Thrones guy that was in it. Man, he looked like one
Game
of
of Thrones guy.
yeah, the blonde, the one that played
Oh, another one that played Jamie Lannister.
yes. He did a movie called Shot Caller. Look it up. It's like he's this regular dude that ends up in a drunk driving accident and gets time in jail. And right off the bat, he's trying to figure out how to survive jail. And he's like, well, I'll just go hang out with these white supremacists. They'll take care of me. And they were like, yeah, we'll take care of you, but you're gonna, work for it. So he works his way up through the organization. And he just they just I don't know, the whole white beard the way Nick has it looked like one of the guys in the movie. I was like, holy shit, he looks just like that guy.
Just missing the swastika on his neck.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Did Santa bring you a Wii?
He brought my kids one, so
Oh,
I
okay.
have one through them.
There's no way you're gonna compete. You just can't compete with kids. They.
Oh, they're only 4 and 7, so I can crush them. Actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
They're still young.
Swat them.
They kill me. My
Oh,
Wii.
crushed
I had no digital computer experience with video games. I'm just terrible at them.
I'm a gamer. I'm not as good as I once was, as Toby Keith once said, but
I got all the way up to Sega, and then that was
Sega.
I plateaued at Sega.
There's
And
still a tingling in
Oh,
my
yeah.
soul when
Yeah,
I hear
picture.
that sound.
Pardon me?
What'd you say,
I
Mike?
was telling Spidey, I sent him a picture on IG. I was wondering if he could pull it up on here.
Oh, okay. I was just looking at it privately.
This is gonna be. I'm gonna cut a promo on Nick. I thought about it after he left.
This was as far as I could get Marcus with video game playing right here.
Ooh,
jeez, Louise.
That's
the old school.
That's crazy.
I'm all over it. You know how much trouble John and I got into with this thing? Because when you hit a home run, that thing went ape shit, and my mother could hear it from a mile away. She's like, "You boys better be asleep in bed." I'm like, "Here, it's your turn." We see you go back and forth before she finally came back there and was like, "Give me that," and would take it away. Now you go to sleep, sons of bitches. Oh yeah.
Come on, you stupid computer.
We used to see who get the beat down first.
Stupido.
Stupid computer.
All right, now we're rocking.
What games have you been playing, Mike? Are you just doing stuff on Switch, or do you have other consoles?
Here I was last night just hanging out with the boys. So that from left to right is me, Ken, Bill Morrison, Sergio Aragonis, Scott Shaw, and Stan Sakai.
That's not a flex, is it?
Not at all.
So take that, Nicky Pancakes.
Crickets. Fucking crickets.
Sorry, I'll. I don't know what the reaction thing to it is, so I'll just do this one. Oh, the thumbs up one. I couldn't remember. No, that's that one.
Fortnite. I used to play that.
Is Fortnite on Switch?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's how you activate that. I wanted to know how to activate that one.
How do you do that?
How do you do that?
It's a MacBook thing.
It's a
MacBook thing. If you got a MacBook, you can do it.
Oh, I don't have.
Oh yeah, I don't have that either.
I don't think it'll work because my light. Oh no, it still works because the lighting. Oh look, it's cut my body in half. That's awesome.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, it's not doing it for me.
Yeah.
It's cut Black.
Yeah, I got
Panther
nothing.
in half.
I got a regular computer.
John's Comics with Kids. Jeez, I just hung out with 13-year-old soccer players today.
And they lost. Losers.
I don't know.
My team plays tomorrow, John. My team plays tomorrow.
Soccer?
Yes.
It's called
Gunners,
football.
baby.
It's called football.
The wife's team won today. She's a big Liverpool fan. They're at the top league. And she reminds me every day that they're at the top of the league. She's like, you know where we are at the top. You know where you are?
I'm surprised you haven't wanted to go see DBH and watch a football game, Jim.
Do you actually like football?
All right, I'm confused. Are we talking American football or soccer?
I'm using his term.
Okay. I love
I know you do.
Oh,
I'm talking Spidey.
Oh.
I didn't think you liked any sports.
Oh, I do like sports, but I'm not a big soccer person. I'll watch an occasional game when the World Cup is on, but that's it. But I'm not a supporter or anything.
Oh yeah.
Do you watch like rugby or anything like that?
No, I don't even watch. I barely even watch Australian sports.
Okay.
I used to be a big Aussie rules when I was younger. I used to play it when I was younger. I used to play cricket when I was younger. I used to play basketball when I was younger. I used to play a lot of sports when I was younger. Like I'll still follow NBA. That's probably about the only thing that I'll sort of partially follow.
That's right. And your team is the
Hornets.
Are they still around?
Yeah, they're still around.
Okay.
Muggsy
back in
Bogues.
Charlotte.
Muggsy
Charlotte
Bogues.
where it started.
I remember Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah.
5'3", fucking point guard or some
He's a
shit.
legend.
I met him. I actually met him over here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I met Muggsy. I met Stacey King.
Okay.
I met Shaq.
Who was it that played on there? Who's their big man?
I never met Luke Longley.
Yeah.
Larry.
Luke Longley.
When we lived.
Oh, you're
Grandmama.
talking about Larry Johnson.
Larry Johnson. Yeah, that's
Grandmama. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't think of his name.
When we lived in Dubuque, we would get the Chicago sports station, so we got all the Bulls games. And Jill grew up a Bulls fan, so she watched them all the time. And there's a running joke between her and I. When I want to embarrass her, I point out the one night where I caught her she thought she was by herself cooking. And she was imitating Stacey King on the TV in the other room. She was listening to the game.
Yeah.
And she was doing like Stacey King's like weird like stuff he said during games, like can I get a little jelly with that roll? And she like, so I walk in the room and it's just this awkward moment where like she doesn't realize I'm standing there and she goes, drive home safe, Chicago, beep beep. I was like, what the fuck did you just say?
I actually met, like, cause I met all them because they came over. They had this thing called NBA Jam session where a group of them would actually like go to other countries and stuff to like promote the game and do like you'd buy tickets and you get to meet them and all that sort of stuff. And I remember vaguely Stacey King being a bit of a weirdo, but I remember meeting Muggsy and he was such a nice guy, but I just kept like feeling weird that I was towering over an NBA player.
Muggsy was crazy, man.
But he was such a talent. Like, especially like he was a pioneer for his size. You know, to play in a late.
No,
he was a late sport. You were taller than him, but he was a little tank though.
Oh hell, he was a little brick shithouse. He was.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a role in Space Jam?
Yeah, the first one.
Yep. Yeah, Space Jam, the good one.
Yeah, the good one. The only one.
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about with the other one.
Yeah, like
I just didn't watch it because it's not my generation. Like,
yeah,
I didn't watch it either.
I'm not against LeBron. I'm not for him. It's not. I grew up 3 hours from Chicago as a kid. Like Michael Jordan was royalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my area, even if you didn't like sports, and then he was in a cartoon movie, so of course I was going to watch that.
I mean, he's like doing golf and baseball and just like, you know, he was just talented. He was an athlete.
Yeah.
Did he watch is when
and
you walk into a room, he glows.
Or not.
Yeah. Did you watch the balls? What's the name of the movie? It's the Nike movie they just came out with Affleck and yeah. Did y'all watch that?
No, I haven't seen it.
That was pretty good.
It was good, actually.
It was really good.
But I haven't.
Just the fact that, you know, I got a chance to go to Myron Scott camp one summer as a kid.
We appreciate the honesty, John.
Learning.
I went to Byron Cox's football camp. He was a linebacker, but he was from East St. Louis, so he did his camp at my school.
Right on.
Anybody remember Brian Cox? Played for the Bears and then the Dolphins.
Oh, wait.
He was a middle linebacker.
My grandpa used to take us to I think it was just me and my cousin Mary were the only ones old enough. He would take us to Platteville, which was across the bridge of Dubuque in Wisconsin, about a 20-minute drive. And the Chicago Bears, when I was a kid, would do their
training camp
there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when I was a kid, so McDonald's would give out the little 8x10.
Oh, yeah.
Get them signed. So I still have that. So I have a Walter Payton signature.
Nice.
Do you guys remember, so you're from Kansas City, or Marcus, right? You're from Kansas. I don't know.
Marcus isn't from here either. Neither of us were born in Kansas City.
I mean, I've been here since 2009, so I'm kind of from here now. But
with regard to baseball, do you guys know or remember the pitcher Mike Minor?
I
he's
vaguely remember that guy.
So he's the little brother of my best friend. He went to my school or whatever. He got scoped out at my high school or whatever. His dad was such a dick to him and always made him do. He wasn't allowed to have friends because he just made him play baseball. But I guess like maybe it's
Probably why he made it. Though.
That's why he made it
Might have
in.
worked out for him.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously, you have to do that to make it to that.
yeah. Except they don't have a relationship now. It's just like ugh. I don't know.
When it was like not the only thing, but it was one of the big things in Richmond growing up was to go and watch the Richmond Braves because you got to see all the players that would eventually go down to Atlanta. So you got like we saw David Justice,
before they hit it big, yeah.
Right. They would all go here in Richmond first and they'd play like a season in Richmond and they'd be like, oh, that guy's really good. Let's send him up.
Yeah.
We saw all of them. All the pitchers they had. I can't think of any of their names now, but
we had Nashville Sounds, and it's so fun those games.
Because one, you could afford to see them. I mean, that's what I liked. It didn't break our bank. If my father's like, "Come on, boys, we're going to see a game," I was like, "Yeah."
Oh yeah, I used to take my nephew to games and stuff, the single A games, and I mean. You'd have to drive about 40 minutes for us, and they were $10. And
I mean, you didn't break the bank. I mean, this was the AAA, and it was still cheaper back then. And I think my father just liked the fact that he was seeing a future pro. He knew, like he'd pointed out, and he's not even a baseball guy. He's primarily a football guy, but he could look on the field and be like, yeah, he's not gonna be here but a year because they're sending him up. I was like, damn.
Yeah, when I was young, like my grandmother was obsessed with the Atlanta Braves. And so we would go like a couple of times each year to the Atlanta and see Braves games. And it was so fun. I loved it. It was when Fred McGriff was first base. And
sure.
Mark Lemke was second, Chipper Jones third.
Yep. See, but Chipper Jones came through Richmond. I remember when he came through Richmond.
Yeah. Who was the fucking catcher? I can't remember the catcher.
I'm trying to remember the pitcher we saw. Man.
There was Lavin.
Maddox. Greg Maddox.
He's a Cy Young.
Greg Maddox came and pitched in Richmond for a season. I was like, oh boy, he ain't gonna stay either. He's too good.
Hoarders Hyde goes to minor league hockey.
Oh yeah,
that's cool.
He's like big into that.
It's like for me, it was awesome because you could just point out and realize this guy will not be here later. He's just too good.
Mr. Faxtax comes here with the San Francisco propaganda. So,
well,
he's been wearing it.
In my defense, I live in just 40 miles. Well, I live 2 miles from where they play their football games. So
40 minutes, 2 miles.
Well, I said 40 minutes from San Francisco, but 2 miles from where the actual stadium is.
Okay,
the stadium's in Santa Clara.
Well, you should just walk to it. Maybe you can just slip in, see the game.
Good, but the Super Bowl's not going to be there.
Oh, that's right. It's in Vegas. That's right.
Yeah.
What do we have? We have like the Nashville Tigers or Sabres, two things. Nashville's got a hockey team. Predators.
Okay.
Oh, that's not a good name.
That's kind of an awful name. The Predators.
It's because literally they found the fossilized body of
they found Vince McMahon under the stadium. And
they found a saber-toothed tiger body under there, and so it's like, Predators there.
There's just a statue of Bill Cosby, Vince McMahon, and
the Nashville Predators.
Who's that Hollywood producer?
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey
Weinstein.
So just a Mount Rushmore of Predators.
Wow.
Like we had the Richmond Renegades for a while, but that didn't last.
And then down in front of that attraction is the Subway sandwich stand. Jared hosting it. Get your sandwiches.
This getting next level.
He's a bad boy.
We're working blue comedy tonight.
The bad man.
Chris Hansen. Just him peering around a corner.
Russell Brand's gonna be around there somewhere.
Caroline, did you see where I was showing off my Lobo junk comic?
Mm-mm.
I think you have this one, don't you?
No.
Oh, she's got that, Karen.
No.
With the foily junk protector?
I only have one Lobo comic, and it's the Sin City homage. The Frank Miller Sin City homage. Or spoof.
I don't know who that person is. I have to look at that name.
Oh, that's beautiful. I know who you got that from.
Do you?
SD Rum.
Probably, yeah.
I got that one in a mystery box one time. And
Nailed it.
I think I sent it to Roscoe.
Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, you definitely got these from SD Rum.
I don't remember because I've been picking up some of these things from several folks. But
yeah, you could be an amalgam of things then.
So, do I read that right? Your team, Scott, has won 12 games in a row. Nice,
man.
This one's weird. I like this. I carved your wax replica as ordered, evil dictator, but when it melts, you melt. It's like, which is what you told me, evil dictator.
It's just the rules, evil dictator. Don't kill the messenger.
The tater.
Are you letting people sit by you yet, quarter side? Or do you still have like a section to yourself?
He says, hell no.
I don't think that yes was meant for the wheeling nailers. Yeah.
This one's not an old book, but I love this. Raphael Grassetti.
Ooh.
It's a reprint for Batman 121 from MegaCon.
You've been killing the old school horror though.
Yeah, I've been picking up a bunch of those.
And like DC. Oh well, no, you had Marvel in there too.
Yeah, I've been picking up a lot of the. These ones were the Witching Hour, but I've been picking up a lot of the Marvel ones at the
Bronze
East
Horror.
Bay Con. All those monster books. I got some books I can. Now those are ones.
I think that's your answer, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my whole goal is to go to one of those games someday, unannounced, not let Scott know. Just try to sit near him and see if he lets me.
So does he just like you really like people that much, Hoarder Side?
He has like his own little VIP section or something.
Just so you don't
and like some grandpa and his grandson tried to like sit there, and Scott ran him off.
Hey man, get out of here!
I mean,
I paid for this shit.
I'm packing heat. Piss off.
Right. Let's put it this way: he sits next to all the people he likes,
which is no one.
His guns and his comics.
I have a Name Rita comic that says I need to call 911 on you. Hold on.
Only if you see them.
Only if you see them.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny.
I do have.
He wasn't here earlier.
For this week's weekly giveaways.
That's what I thought you were gonna hang on, Mark.
Yeah, those ones I was showing off earlier. Show Mike.
See a gun, dial 911.
Oh my god!
Even if it's your parents.
Yeah, so those earlier ones, those were the ones those were for the PC. These are the stuff to restock the giveaway bin this week. We'll start off a little light stuff. Is X Factor.
Orphan.
Love it.
The Orphan Maker. That's the nanny issue.
We'll put a very different red and blue, Superman red and blue in.
Yeah.
Yes, CJ. Just to.
No.
Oh God.
Wolverine.
I'll send you the link, CJ.
Don't scare Caroline off.
Wolverine versus Tiger Shark. I didn't even.
I like
know
Caroline.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, because there's another issue. It's Wolverine versus Tiger Shark, and it's a like yellow background.
Anyone like foil? 2099 Apocalypse. That's all super foil.
I've never even seen that book.
Yeah, I love it.
Super foil.
That trade dress definitely screams 90s.
Batman: The Adventures Continue, issue 1.
That's a cool cover.
Season 1, issue 1. Fear State, number 1.
There's a lot going on in that.
Jim knows.
Yes. DC versus vampires.
I was going to say,
Issue-
lucky Chris isn't here because then
Issue
he would
number
say, what
one.
the hell are you putting that in there for?
Yeah, well, it's issue number 1, so you can start.
Chris and I were the only two that loved it.
Thor.
Oh, yeah, Thor. Right on.
I think this is a 1 in 25, actually.
Yeah. It's definitely not a regular cover. Ooh, yeah, there you go.
At Teixeira, Sabretooth.
That's the die cut one instead of the oily one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Batman 397.
Man, some of those Batman covers, man, just
Yeah.
How about some Ghosts?
oh man. That'd have been like $50 at the damn half price bookstore I went to tonight. They were nuts.
Sometimes I get duplicates, so these.
That's cool.
Spider-Woman number 5.
That's cool.
Oh, I like that. That's very nice.
Fantastic Four number 1.
It's a bit boring.
I'm passing on that one.
Amazing Spider-Man 660.
What the hell? Who was that? The white suit?
That's the Future Foundation outfit.
Yeah, it starts with a P or something. I can't remember.
It's Future Foundation. That's volume 2, brother. That's a
Anti-Venom, maybe?
No, it's Future Foundation.
This is the Future Foundation. It's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Biggie?
What up, Biggie?
What if Spider-Man had kept his cosmic powers?
Yeah, that's a fun one. Volume 2.
What the hell, CJ?
Spider-Man Classics. Grip
Oh,
of
he's
Doom.
just a grump ass.
He doesn't feel good. You need to get some sleep, CJ.
It's his way of saying hello to me.
Well, that too, but there you go.
Second cameo of the Court of Owls.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fun.
And the last book we'll throw in there, Batman Who Laughs number 1, Miko Suyan.
Nick's close personal friend, Miko.
Yeah.
Oh. That's what we're going to throw into the giveaway bin.
I think if the DC versus Vampires, Chris will go, what the hell's that doing in there?
He will. He'll be like, why didn't you send that to me?
All right, gang. I'm going to bed.
Thanks for joining,
Sweet
Mike.
dreams.
All right,
Later.
take care, man.
Marcus, see you next weekend, buddy.
I'll be ready, brother. Yeah, it's way past my bedtime as well.
You should
Always
probably
good time hanging out.
reach out to Bobby here.
I will. I'll hit him. Oh,
Bobby, we got tickets for you.
If you want to go to the Central States Wrestling event, Beckerman hooked you and Brother Joe up with tickets, man. So hit us up if you're interested. Would love to see you. Digger Jim.
Low price of nada.
Bye, brother. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me, Simon.
Always
you the man,
pleasure.
Rob.
Take care, buddy.
Hey. Rob.
Straw.
Rob, don't take this ass whooping tomorrow personally. Okay.
I won't take it. When your wallet is hurting and empty, I won't take it personally at all, man.
Like, now I have to root for the Chiefs so that you can eat meat next week, Marcus. You gambling hoe.
Yeah. Whatever it takes, baby. All right, later, y'all.
Bye.
Hey, bye.
Shots fired.
Oh my God.
The Super Bowl brings out the worst in people.
It's
Does it?
super dumb.
Some people.
It's a gladiatorial sport used to distract the masses from the true issues at hand. Never mind it. I just hit that fuck. Yay, football. Go, sports, go. Oh, that made me. Yeah. That's what I want to do.
That was my computer doing.
Go, sports, go. This ain't that sex trafficking wrestling thing, is it?
Bobby's like, I don't care if I got a free ticket, I'm out.
Yeah.
What?
He's got morals on his wrestling.
Oh,
He's not gonna go to just any old thing.
Hello, puss. Sorry, I'm saying
Miss
later,
Kitty?
go on, cat.
Oh, yeah, that was Miss Kitty. She's a diva. but she can
So,
be sweet too.
yeah.
She's a diva like her mom.
I think I'm gonna go in to Heroes Con. I gotta get a serious list together for that thing,
Going
man.
like a wrecking
I'm
ball.
not. Yeah,
You still
I'm
got a
not
while
Rob.
off.
Yeah,
Alright.
but I mean, I had some specific things I want to look for.
The
I
link
just
I
gotta
just
put them all
pasted.
down.
The link I just pasted completely embodies my feelings about the Super Bowl tomorrow. And it's a song called Sports Go Sports. Anyways.
So you're super into it. Got it.
Yeah, we knew it. We knew she was closet into it. Yeah, for sure.
I do like watching soccer football, that like European football. But that's because I also played it like at a very young age through the age of like 18. Whatever. It was fun.
Yeah, I played it a little bit as a kid. I gave it a try, but I wasn't. I kept getting put as goalie and kept dislocating my thumbs every time I tried to stop a ball.
I have really good like hand-eye and foot-eye coordination. It's just like if basketball, I'm fucking short, and I don't have like any upper arm. I don't have any arm strength, so I'm terrible at that. But I was really good at soccer, and it's really fun, and it's nice.
You don't need arm strength. You need, it's more of a dexterity and, like, you know, good lateral movement and things like that for basketball. So,
well, I would say that you would need that too in soccer.
Yeah, well, you definitely need good leg strength for soccer.
But it's a different type of. It's a foot eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's different tricks.
It's very hard coordination with foot, because you're so used to doing things with your hands to try and not touch the ball at all and do it with your feet. It almost feels foreign.
Yeah, and it's almost like trying to trick people into momentum, where people don't follow the ball. You follow them, and then that's how they fuck up. I don't know. It's the same thing with basketball, but with the hands. I'm not good as good with the hands as I am with the feet.
Which is funny, actually, because you're actually taught in basketball when you're defending is to actually watch somebody's feet. Because when you're defending, you watch their feet.
Tells them which way they're going to go.
Exactly. You work out which way they're going to go.
In soccer, it's watch the ball. It's always
watch the ball. The ball's at their feet. So you're pretty much doing the same thing anyway.
You're pretty much doing the same thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, some of the stuff those pros, I mean, they go in and that guy's got the ball and he's running with the ball and they come in and just crunch him and he still manages to hold on to the ball. I mean, some of these guys are just unbelievable with how they can take those hits. And I mean, some of these guys come in and they just take him out from underneath their legs after, you know, especially if it's away while the ball is in another area, you'll see them, I mean, get played dirty and nobody calls it because it's like, nope, the ref didn't see it.
But they're also like, they're taught now to become actors. There's like, oh, he touched me, and
that's some pussy shit.
Yeah,
well, they're trying to rail in on that. They actually put a rule in the Premier League.
They'll card you if you engage in the theatrics.
Well, they card you if they definitely catch you doing a fall, doing a dive. So, what's up? Doing a dive. They don't like a dive at all. And they also, if you
talking about soccer, right?
Yeah, and if you're a goalie and you hold the ball too long, you get a yellow card for that too.
I got a red card once because our goalie was just not that great. Bless her heart. She was a sweet girl, but just whatever. And but she was tall, and there was a ball and it had clearly it's gotten past her, but it was like rolling slowly. And I dove and swatted it away with my hand. They red carded my ass.
Yeah, you can't touch it.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, it was funny.
So yeah, I don't.
But
yeah, I never played it, but I love watching it. I mean, I played it in middle school, but that doesn't count.
I broke my collarbone and cracked ribs playing. Like,
yeah, I mean, playing in middle school doesn't count, in my opinion. You gotta get older, you play. It's a different story.
Soccer's quite big over here because, like, we have our own like Australian league, but they quite often will hold like big world international qualifiers for the World Cup here as well.
Sure.
And we get like a lot of big international teams that might play a friendly over here and things like that.
Oh yeah.
But we have like a big, like, you know, Italian and Greek and like that sort of communities, things like that, and they're big into the soccer, of course. And, so yeah, it's actually quite. I'm actually surprised you even have a league over in America. Like, I know you try and get into every sport you can.
Yeah.
But it's not very.
Ours is not
that popular over there.
Well, I mean, here's the funny thing that I'm starting to realize in the last few years, especially. Actually, this has been going on for a while, but the MLS in America is the way it works is like this. So, let's say you're 35, 36, and you're at the end of your career to play at the British Premier League, the top level. But you think you got enough juice. Well, you'll go over to America and sign like, you know what, I'll come and play over here for 2 more years for like $2 million if you pay me $2 million. And they'll do it because their player at the last of his lifespan in the Premier League is still better than a lot of the American players.
It's what Messi's doing.
Which is exactly what Messi's doing. But there have been others way before him.
Yeah, Beckham did it years ago.
Yeah, Beckham started it. Steven Gerrard from Liverpool. I mean, I can name off a bunch. There was another guy that played for Liverpool that plays for the Chicago Fire right now. You know, but at the same time, we've also sent players over there. So Tim Ream plays for Fulham in the British Premier League, and he's coming to an end to his career. He's probably like 34, 35, but yet they keep signing him back every year because he's still one of the best defenders in the league. And Matt Turner plays for, is a goalie. That's an American goalie for Nottingham Forest. So, I mean, they're in there. They're sprinkled in there. It's just most of the Brits will say, you know what, I can go over to America and still do it. Now, a lot of them, what they're doing now is going to the Saudi Arabian League because freaking Saudis are paying big money.
They're sketch as fuck, too.
Oh, yeah, no, don't get me wrong. There was one that went over there. He left England, and they threw all this money at him, and he got over there, and he was like, yeah, this isn't going to work for me. I can't live the way that, I can't live in this setup here. Now, he's not saying that. He's saying some other BS, but he literally put out a message saying, I would come back and play for any team at this point. I don't care. I can't play here anymore.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know how it is where you're at, but I know that the team here that we have, the San Jose Earthquakes.
Yeah.
That, when I go, if I go to a game there, it's very, it's pretty crazy. I've gone there actually with some friends from Europe and whatnot, and they've said it's probably some of the closest they've seen to like the fans in the stands, like a European game, because there's a whole section, a good half the section that is like, the chants from bell to bell, from the beginning to the end of the match and everything, and whole 9 yards. Because we have a very high population of immigrants.
Hispanics.
Obviously Hispanics, but also we have a lot of European immigrants and Indian immigrants here too. So I mean, we have such a high population that that's where they'll tend to go. Right? They're going to go watch the soccer games because that's what they want to. That's the sport that they're used to seeing and wanting to see. So it's very popular.
Right. Right.
What's even weirder is, though, I didn't know whether it's been around for a little while or whether it's only just becoming a thing, is that America is actually doing a professional cricket league now.
Oh, no, I don't know anything about that. I cannot watch that.
Surprise me, but it's probably not big.
I didn't think it would be. It's only more the fact of like one of our previous like Australian national team captains is going over there to be a coach for one of the teams.
Yeah,
he's been offered the big
over here, the US,
to go over there to the US.
Given the high, I'm sure it's probably, if I looked it up, it's probably mostly centrated along the western United States, because that's where we have the highest populations of the Indian population.
Yeah.
It's just like a colonial sport, basically. If Victorian England's colonized it.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like when I leave on the weekend, when I pull out of my neighborhood and I get to the park and the school that's there, every weekend the field there's people out there playing cricket.
Mm-hmm.
On the baseball diamond. They're putting their stakes in the ground and they're playing cricket. Until Little League season comes and the Little Leaguers take it over, but otherwise they're out there they're out there playing cricket almost every weekend.
It's really big in South Africa as well.
Oh yeah, it's England, Australia, New Zealand, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, South Africa are like the main. Even Bangladesh as well as another one. But then when they do the World Cup or like the World Series, whatever the hell they call it or whatever, they have people like Netherlands, Canada, and a few other countries that you would never have picked will actually do it as well. West Indies
can't watch that. That's just not my jam.
I don't understand it. I'm straight up.
Major League Cricket.
Don't understand
teams. We have the San Francisco Unicorns.
Unicorns.
I'm a cricket fan now.
The Los Angeles Knight Riders, the Seattle Orcas, the Washington Freedom, the Texas Super Kings, and
these are some fun
New York something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
M1? I don't know.
Yeah. I just.
So it looks like there's only 6 teams.
Yeah. So they're obviously it only must be brand new then.
Yeah. They're just starting out.
Do you know what they just got in Nashville? They just got a curling facility where you can curl. Nice. I want to fucking curl. I've never curled in my life. And 1 year in college where I may not have been watching the Olympics under the influence of the devil's lettuce, I watched a lot of curling. And
I don't blame you.
Fascinated.
Yeah. I love watching curling in the Winter Olympics.
Absolutely fascinated.
I watched. I worked with the guy that did curling in college, and then he played for somebody, or they tried to get on the team or something. I don't know. But yeah, I couldn't. I don't know. That whole brush thing.
Cricket's not actually that hard to follow.
Yeah, it's probably not. It's just one more thing I don't want to mess with. That's all.
Yeah, and it's more the fact that's why they've done what we call like short forms of the game. So
somewhat
you have like what we call a test match, which is the traditional first everybody's sort of like that's how cricket started. That's usually a 4 to 5 day match.
Right.
But now they're doing like 50 over matches, which is generally like a day and only in a day. But they've got what they call now 20-20, which is only 20 overs either team, and that'll usually go for maybe 3 or 4 hours. So it's like they've tried to cater to the people with shorter attention spans.
And you're still longer than baseball, which we consider the boringest damn sport there is. People complain about baseball, and you go, "Oh yeah, here we're gonna bring you guys a professional sport that takes days to play a game."
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to bed. My team plays first in the morning, and I don't want to sleep through it.
Oh, do you know who Tacoma Comics is?
Yeah, Ian.
I've heard of him.
So he's a really cool dude. He's around your age, and he is on the West Coast. He's in Seattle. Yeah, so that's Washington, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And super, super intense soccer fan. Gets up super early to watch it, but he's a Chelsea fan. So
sucks to be him. They spent $500 million and their team blows.
He'll probably tell you that. I think he said Chelsea fans love to shit on Chelsea.
Yeah, it's just they spent all this money getting all these great players, and when you have a lot of great players, if they can't play together as a team, it doesn't matter. So all right, look, I'm going to bed. See you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Thanks for joining, Jim.
Bye.
Bye.
I think you spelled that wrong.
What? Bocce? He did.
Yeah, it's an O.
Bocce and Petanque are the same, dude. It's just one's
Naked curling could get good.
good. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. You can see Miss Kitty's
We got lawn bowling around here.
lawn bowling.
Oh yeah. Well, that's huge over here. That's been huge over here for a long time. But it's an older generation sport.
Yeah. It's at the library. They have over by our library. They have lawn bowling greens, and there's a lawn bowling club and all this other stuff. But
Have you done the thing like it's gotten popular, but it's like because we're morons here, throwing you go and you throw axes.
Oh, axe throwing. Okay.
I still haven't tried. I still want to try it at least once. I reckon I'd actually be good at it.
It's just like I hope they don't serve alcohol there because
they always do. It's always at a bar. That's the crazy thing. I gotta imagine the insurance is ridiculous. I mean, I've seen video clips where like axes bouncing off things and going up and over into the back and stuff. And
humans are ridiculous. We're just the most ridiculous creatures ever. I don't understand it. Like anyways.
Hey, Ma, watch this. Here, hold my beer.
Wear a glove for what? For what?
I think throwing axes. I don't think it really matters. If you throw a bad axe and it bounces, you're screwed either way.
Yeah,
doesn't matter whether you got a glove on or not.
Or if you throw it high and it glances off.
Yeah, if you throw a shitty throw or you're buzzed and you throw like an idiot and it bounces off and like hits your buddy and splits his skull open.
Yeah, at least with darts, it was like, yeah, okay, you got a prick. No big deal.
It'd be like, hey, because you can imagine getting drunk and like, oh, spin me around and I'll throw it, sort of thing, and then you end up throwing it like straight at the bar. You know, people will do dumb shit when they're drunk. So yeah,
I don't mind pool. I don't mind drinking some beers and shooting some pool. I like, because you get to there's a point. Like you kind of suck at first, then you hit at this plateau and you're like, I'm the best player ever. But if you drink too much, then you suck again.
That's how I am with bowling.
Yeah, that's usually
at least one beer to loosen everything up so I can bowl well. But then you drink too much. No, now it's all fucked. Now you got no coordination, and you're approaching the wall. You're weaving as you approach the lane.
You got to calibrate and hit that like zone of peak operation. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. It looks like I have a tail right now. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.
Caroline.
See you, Pops, Rob, Simon. Take care.
Nope, don't like that for that view. There we go.
It's called culling the herd. Yeah, that's true, Tate.
Need
a little more of that every once in a while.
Once. I wouldn't mind trying that axe thing once. Just to see if I'm any good at it.
We used to do that in Scouts, so it was not a big deal. But
is that on PlayStation, Papa?
You're
probably better at bowling than I am because I suck at bowling. I think I'd be lucky to crack 80 or 90. I'm like absolutely horrible at it. I try and throw the ball too hard. That's my problem. Is I'm just trying to throw it down as quick as I can, as hard as I can to try and knock over all the pins. And it's not about hard. It's about accuracy and skill. Yeah,
hitting your spot and having the ball come across the pins.
Yeah, I can't make it spin or any of that sort of crap. I just try and heave it down there.
You don't even have to. So I bowled for a long time, and I don't have one of those crazy spins or anything like that. But you can have a little bit of a rotation on the ball, just from a very simple release. That, and then if you're coming at it the right off the ramp, if you go with the right angle, right, you're coming. The ball is going to drift across the pins, and that's what you want to do because you want it to come through. You don't want to go straight through the back. You want it to come across. That way, it knocks the pins in the right direction. But I mean, when I go, I have two balls, right? I have a 15-pounder that I use for my first ball. That's got enough mass to it that it'll clear out a lot of crazy crap. And then I have a 13-pounder that I use for cleaning up things. So it's a little bit lighter, gives you a little more finesse.
Yeah, so I have that sort of tactic, but mine's a bit of a stupid tactic when I don't go to there to like compete. I just go there to have fun, obviously. But
Yeah.
I'll pick like 11 or 12 pound ball, but then I'll pick like a 6 pound ball and like do something stupid and like pip it down the bloody lane or something like
I
that.
don't understand how you I mean, like, I have my own balls. I don't use the ones at the alley, but all the ones I've ever seen at the alley with those small ones, I don't know how you'd find something with finger holes big enough for you.
Most of those... I don't use the finger holes. That's what I mean. I cup it,
Jesus,
and heave it. But that's what I'm being like, when I've had a few drinks and I'm doing stupid shit.
I bowl right. Yeah, no, my full requirement college, I was actually taking a bowling team.
Yeah, I think I've only ever cracked 100, maybe a couple of times. I'm absolutely hopeless.
I used to basically when I used to bowl regularly, it wasn't great, but I mean, my average was like 140. And I remember not long ago, I had gone out someplace and I actually had the best game of my freaking life. I actually closed every frame except for one. So I ended up with like was it? God, I don't even remember what the score was on it. It was.
Well, it would have had to be in the 200s then.
Yeah, it was. It was by far leaps and bounds. I was dumbfounded. I missed the closing out the one frame by one pin, which sucked. But
lightning, thunder,
right? But it was fun. I used to like going all the time. For a while, it was like I had a couple other dads from Scouts that we used to go and the 10 pin. Used to go when we got done with. We used to be the
Insomniac chat. Sorry, I'm going.
Oh, sorry, we used to be the Cub Scout leaders, and when our boys transitioned to Boy Scouts, the Boy Scouts didn't want us to become leaders right away because Cub Scout leaders are more in control, whereas when you go to Boy Scout level, the boys are supposed to be in control. So we took a year off from being leaders, and so we would drop our kids off, and then we'd all go down the street. There was a bowling alley, and we'd go bowl while the kids were in Scouts, which was great, and had a lot of fun doing it. But I always tell people, if you're going to bowl at all semi-regularly, at least if nothing else, just buy yourself a set of shoes. They cost next to nothing, and not only do you not have to put on the lane shoes, but then you'll save a ton of money on rent, actually renting the damn shoes after they pay for themselves like after 5 times. Well, you're the king, brother.
Yeah, you do a hell of a lot better than me. I absolutely suck at it. Like I can play most sports, I'd say competently. I can bowl, but I just don't bowl well. That's all it is. I'm not gutter bowling it every time.
I can throw a ball down a lane. Sure, anyone can do
exactly.
that. I can hit a ball with a stick. Sure, but no, I can drive a car fast, but I wreck.
Used to bowl in the league for a couple of years just to escape my ex. Oh God.
Yeah.
And the problem is they'll say to you, "Oh, what size are you normally?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm a size 11." And it's like they give you a size 11, and it's either like ridiculously big or ridiculously small, and it's never some uniform shoe either. So yeah, thus buy your own shoes. But
it wasn't too bad for me. Only if I rented them, it wasn't generally too bad because I'm a large enough size that very few people wear. It's like if we go in there and go, I need a size 14, so they have to go to the frickin', off to the side where they've got the 14, 15, 16, the big shoes that nobody ever wears practically. But now I got my own, and it's like when I got my ball and everything else, and I was like, why didn't I do this earlier? It's so much better.
Yeah, so I don't think I've even bowled. Shit, I don't know. Last 5 years, I don't think I've even thrown a ball. Well, I wouldn't mind. I play it occasionally, but yeah.
The most action my bowling balls have had in the last several years has been being moved out of the way to get to something that they're in front of. Nice.
That's awesome. These ball round ones.
Look at these guys, man. These guys are all big shot bowlers. You guys,
Yeah, I
rock and roll.
can't. Not bad, Shaquille O'Neal. I don't think he's size 21.
Yeah, no, but my mom always used to say that she knew I needed new shoes if the shoes looked like they were the right proportion to my body.
Yeah, because like general rule of thumb is that the taller you are, the bigger your feet are, but that's not always the case.
Yeah, no, I have large paws, hands and feet.
Shoes, ball, and cloth are a must.
Yeah. Shoes, balls, cloth, got a rosin bag, and then my elbow brace. Otherwise, my doctor goes nuts. The doctor doesn't even like me playing bowling anyways because it's bad on my tendons and my tendonitis, but tough squat.
Yeah, Bex had to start wearing one of those band things, those Velcro band things around her thing.
I did that for a long time, and it just annoyed me as much as not wearing it, so I just stopped.
Yeah, she only has to wear it at work, obviously, because she does sort of a menial sort of job sort of thing. But
yeah.
It's like, but when she's like, just chilling out at home, she doesn't have to wear it. It's only if it's going to be strenuated or anything.
That's why I do things instead. I have things like the mouse that's sideways and keyboards that are in two different pieces and stuff like that.
Beer and deep fried foods are a must.
Oh, great googly moogly.
I'm gonna say I feel like going bowling now.
I feel like going and sit in my recliner and watching TV.
Yeah, well, I don't think if nobody else is going to join soon, I'm probably
Well, you've already flipped through everybody. Just about everybody had rotation. They went off, started logging up early.
Yeah, well, you left. Yeah, go eat your dinner. You came back. Mark said he might come back. I think Remy said he might come back, but I know what'll happen is I'll try and cut it off, and then Remy will turn up. We all know that'll happen. But
yeah, my dog is not liking it today because I've been sitting here almost the whole day doing various YouTube things or editing videos or other stuff, and my wife's not here, so the dog's like, "What am I supposed to do?" Yeah, why aren't we playing? I don't, because I'm not the one who
only slabs, then triple G, and then you obviously whatever you did in between.
I was editing Monday's mail call. Yeah, well, I have tendonitis and carpal tunnel, so yeah. And actually, what was great was I used to use an ergo keyboard, but those things aren't very good. So I have fairly broad shoulders. That even on an ergo keyboard, in order for me to put my hands in the correct typing position, I have to bring my arms in together, pretty close together, and it puts extra tension in my shoulders, which is uncomfortable. So once I found that I could get a keyboard like this that's in two pieces, I can spread it out further. So now I no longer have to bring my arms in order to type. I can actually type with my arms at my normal width. So it puts far less tension and everything in my shoulders, makes everything a lot easier. But it's just weird for other people if they try to use my setup because they get intimidated by the fact that the keyboard's in two pieces. And it's like the keys are all in the same place. If you're touch typing, it's exactly the same thing.
It's just spread further apart. That's all.
Yeah, well, and you could if you're not as wide as me, well, you can put it closer together. It's not hard. And then the
ergonomic ones are the ones with the hump in the middle, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're kind of like pivoted slightly too.
Yeah,
there's an angle. Yeah, I mean, and the mouse is just a sideways mouse, so it's like in this orientation, the buttons exactly the same as anybody else's normal mouse. It's just sideways, so that the idea is this is your normal hand position. This you're rotating and you're putting extra stress here. So this is the natural position for your hand for mousing, actually. So
I remember when I used to sell computers back in the day, and I remember Logitech was the brand that everybody wanted for peripherals and things like that. And they used to have $200-300 big trackball type gaming mice and stuff like that. And I just used to look at that and go, what the hell would you use that for? But then as the years go by, it's like you'd sell some and it's like, oh, I have this, or I do things this way or whatever like that. And I'm like, now I see why we sell those sort of things.
Yeah, there's some of them are like make a difference. Like this one makes a big difference for me for what I'm doing. And then there's some I've had some that like some of the gaming ones, there's just a ton of extra buttons on them. So that way you can because you're typically in a
There we go.
Yeah, so when you're mine's doing color shifting. The idea being is that if you're gaming, left hand is one set of controls and your right hand's on the mouse doing stuff. Well, it means that all your stuff that's key bound to the right keyboard, you have in order to utilize it, you have to take your hand off the mouse. So a lot of those gaming mice will have 10, 12 buttons on there, so you can have different things hotkeyed there. But my problem with them was that those buttons are all super close together. And I don't have with the tendinitis, I don't have the dexterity to manipulate those buttons. And even when I would find them, even like there's one called the Rat, which is like it has like expansion joints and stuff to make it really big. It's still too small for my hand. So it was still, that's probably most mice are painful for me to use because I have to contort my hand really small in order to use them.
Otherwise, you start looking like a T-Rex and trying to do this stuff.
Yeah, well. Hey, Biggie.
Hello. Have you ever tried to throw a bowling ball with a curve on it?
Yeah.
Spidey?
Spidey.
Not me personally, no. Oh, I've attempted it, but it never works for me.
So literally all you got to do is like hold the ball underneath the ball where the holes are, right? Okay, so you hold the ball and you got your fingers in there. Then all you do is you just lift your hand up to the side and let it rotate, and you just let the fucker go. Right,
I think I
don't know how Rob does it, but that's how I do it.
It depends on how much. Yeah, mine has a very slight rotation, which is similar where because I'll start my hand underneath it, and as I come forward with the ball, it rotates to like a 9 so that my palms of my fingers are basically parallel to my leg. So there is a slight rotation that goes there, but my ball it doesn't have a massive hook to it. I don't really whip it. So mine's a more or less straight ball that rotates, so it gets a little bit of a hook movement at the very end, as opposed to the large hook. So mine's just kind of more of like a slice a little bit, but it works for me. I've gotten used to it. So,
I never tried to slide. I just kind of do. I got it to where I could hook it and I could throw it hard, and you kind of got to. The way I do it, I just learned myself. I saw someone doing it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that don't look too bad.
Yeah, some people try to show me some other more bigger hooks and whatnot, and I was like, well, you know what? I've tried it, and it was like, especially with my elbow tendonitis stuff, it puts a little bit more strain than the very slight one that I use just from a basic natural arm rotation. So it's kind of like what I have to deal with from an ergonomic standpoint, and I've gotten used to how I shoot. So it's like, okay, well, that's what I do. I'm good.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Yeah. See, Joe. Yeah, some people got some crazy rotations I've seen. This is absolutely crazy, but it looks cool.
Yeah, like it'd be nice to be able to, obviously attempt it and pull it off one time. But yeah, I gave up, and I just try and do it as straight down the middle as I can. Go for the first pin and see what happens.
No, that's not good. You want to get the pocket. You don't want to hit the head pin. If you hit the head pin, you're not going to get a strike, unless you just happen to get a lucky bounce. You want to come in from the pocket and move across, and like I said, be going across the pins. So as the ball goes through, it pushes the pins off to the sides, and then it not takes them all out. If you hit the straight pin, that's how you're more likely to get a split at the end.
That's how all those splits happened.
No, but Yeah, see, if I competed professionally or something, there, CJ, yeah, I'd probably worry about it since everybody else does it. But since I don't, I'm not saying my shit's right. My shit's just how I do it. That's all.
Yeah, as I say, like I haven't ever played, probably a dozen times for fun anyway. I've never really, I just do dumb shit and have fun. And
like I said, when I was playing all the time, it was great. Now it's actually kind of funny because now if I go someplace with some friends, to do something, it's like, okay, now I show up and pulling my roller bag with multiple balls and stuff. People all of a sudden assume that, oh, here comes you expect that you're going to go shoot some ridiculous. I was like, no. I just have my own equipment. That's all. It's not expensive equipment. It's like even like my first bowling ball wasn't that much because when I remember buying it, it was last year. It was like the guy said, oh, this is like, it's on clearance. I said, why is it on clearance? He's like, oh, it's like 2 years ago model or something like that. As I go, oh, does it still roll down the lane? It was, yeah, it rolls down the lane just fine. I said, all right, well, just because it's 2 years old model, I don't give a shit. I said, I'm not a pro bowler. So he's like, yeah, no, it's perfect for somebody like you. I said, okay, great, let's do it. Mark it up, drill it, and get it done.
Smack it up, rub it down.
So it's like, well, why is it unclear? It's a 2 years ago model.
I used to be one of those guys straight down the middle every time. I'd put like a backspin on it, I'd flick it like, and then it would start off rolling towards me, and then it'd go towards the pins.
That's weird.
Well, I live about a block away from a bowling alley, so.
There's not many of them left around here. I'd have to figure out where to go because they've closed down over the years here, and the last couple ones I remember seeing, like half the ones that exist are like more nightclub than actual bowling alley. It's like they've got them set up where like you're paying, instead of paying for the lane by the game, you're paying for the lane by the hour. And there's like no lighting in the place and nothing but like loud music, and like they're all about selling fancy cocktails and shit. And you're just like, oh no, this is not what
I'll tell you the way I learned. You had the Boy Scout story you had. So my story, how I learned was I was going to AA meetings, and our AA meeting had a group where you could bowl once a week. For you get credit for it. So I did that for like, I don't know, fucking 5 or 6 months. And I got some high scores a few times. At first it was just like, oh, this is fun. But I really started getting good after about the 12th time I went.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of happened here a little bit too. Like all the like we didn't have a massive amount of pool halls, but they've just sort of started dying off a lot lately. Like there's plenty of like bowling places, but pool halls are sort of almost non-existent now. Still a couple around, but not many.
I think people that really play just have a pool table. Like my uncle had one. We have all the equipment still. We just never got the table. We actually had the slabs. We just had to put felt on them. But I really like a bar table better than the real big ass pool tables. I like the bar size myself. I don't know if you guys are picky on pool tables.
I don't know if I ever paid that much attention. I mean, I know that the snooker table was bigger than the pool table, but we used to have a billiards place here in town. That was a popular place to go when I was in college because there was one of the pool halls was you didn't have to be over 21. It was so it was frequented a lot by like the younger guys, and then there was another one that was 21 and over, but they would really set themselves up to not be like seedy pool hall type things. It was they were pretty nice. They're in college town, so it was a big place to go hang out and drink a beer, have a pizza, whatever, shoot some pool. But enough so that I remember going to go buy my own pool stick because again, it was like, oh, I just want to get. I'm tired of trying to go find one that's not warped or chipped or something else, and let me just buy one. No big deal. It only didn't cost a lot of money for a basic one.
Oh, I had dope pool sticks. Yeah. Shit.
Yeah, I was
When
actually
in the-
probably better at pool than I was at than bowling.
Yeah, I'm probably better at pool too.
I consider that I just kind of hit the ball around the. Never proclaimed to be good. Just like you said earlier, MadSpidey, I was competent enough not to embarrass myself.
Yeah,
but not if I was. But if I was to enter a tournament, no, I would embarrass myself completely.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't any pool shark or anything like that. It was more, you know, I could do it competently for fun, and if it got a little bit competitive, I could, you know, I could back myself up a little bit. But that's about as far as my.
I wouldn't even try. I'd be like, I'll forget it. It's all you. Not even gonna try.
Yeah, well, pool. I mean, bowling. You have to. It's a lot. There's a lot more skill in between that. I think pool is easier to learn how to win at. Like if you play there's just okay. There's 9 balls. There's how many frames? 10. So you get 9 cracks at it, but it just feels like it's an easier thing to do to run the table than to hit a bowl of perfect. So, that's the thing. There's a fucking 100 pins. So you only got 10 balls to knock in. You got 100 pins knocked down. So it's like, if you could just run the table, you could beat anybody, bro. That's what's cool about pool. Like bowling, there's guys that bowl 200 plus games every time they bowl. So that's kind of hard.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which you'd classify as harder. I don't know. I suppose both require, you know, skill, a little bit of luck, certain aspects, maybe a little bit of math, you know, geometry probably more than anything else. And the fuck was that? That was a Harley.
I don't think I've ever. I played some basketball. I played high school, junior high, and I heard you and Digger, I think, was talking about stuff they say. I don't think I've ever heard them say watch their feet. I don't know. I'm just.
I said that in basketball.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like I played a lot of basketball, and maybe when we first started playing, but I know when we was in like high school and shit, they never said that shit to me.
It depends on who you're playing against too, because if you're playing against a point guard, especially, you generally will watch the feet more because they will generally move a lot more than what, say, a center or a power forward would. They'd just plant their ass near the ring. It's more of a one-on-one sort of defense technique to actually watch the feet instead of the hands. Because the thing is, though, you know, you can easily fake somebody with their hands.
I tell you what,
better than you can your feet.
I don't think the coach ever told me what to look at, but just being naturally what I did was I watched the hips. I watched the waist more than anything. Like
hips can tell a lot of it as well.
Yeah, if the hips are in front of you, you know what you're doing. Stay in between them and the ball. Get your body on them, shit like that. But I always played like the small forward or a little bit of power forward. But I'm only 5'10", 5'11". You got it. I was pretty good though. I actually had one time my coach said he only did this once because I didn't do the greatest. We won the game, but it was for JV. And we went into the halftime. We used to go underneath this gymnasium, and we'd all like get together and talk. And I swear, all he said was, "Give the ball to Julius. Just give the ball to Julius." I'm like, what? I'm like, why do he like watched me during lunch or something, just eating everybody up in my class, like, because I could own everybody in my class, and I was beating their ass. I played for varsity and JV, and he was just like, give the ball to me. We only had a few more games after that, but I didn't really do that great. I had like 15 or 20 points, but my team wasn't that good. We were pretty good, but we weren't in like a strong division. I went to Christian school during most of my basketball shit.
Yeah, I probably played for maybe 30 years.
Fucking like basketball?
Yeah.
How the fuck did you play for 30 years? You're a semi-pro or some shit?
No. It's once you get past juniors, and you don't want to take it. Like I started to take it a bit further, and we had like what we called Friday night division, which was your stepping stone to start, going semi-pro. And I didn't want to take it any further than that because, obviously I was early 20s. I was like, I'm not going to make it as a professional. I started smoking, I was drinking and all that sort of stuff. And I'm just like, I was enjoying myself too much. I'm like, I still enjoy playing the game, but I didn't want to take it seriously. So I didn't go any further. But I was playing 4 or 5 nights a week, like in just open men's competitions and stuff like that, all sorts of different grades and things like that. And I just continued playing open men's for, for probably another 15 years or so after that. So, but
I know Doc told me
yeah, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Doc told me he plays in like a league too. So I guess that's more common than what I know. Like, I don't think there's that many leagues in my town, but some places do that stuff in America, I guess.
Yeah, we still have like a lot of local courts will have like, like certain leagues and stuff like that you can play different grades, different different levels and things like that. And I pretty much retired as soon as COVID hit. So that was my chance to get out because I was like, I'm getting old. I can't move as well. Like my mind thinks I can still play like a 20-year-old, but my body can't. So I'm like, nah, that's a good chance to get out.
Well,
but I still enjoyed it a lot. But I played anything from a point guard to a center, and I'm not that tall. I'm only 6 even. So, but I played all.
You're fucking 6'8"?
No, 6 even, 6 foot.
Oh, I was gonna say, holy shit!
No, not 6'8". I wish I was 6'8" at certain points in my life, but no, only 6 foot.
Okay. Oh, that's not bad. Those couple inches help. Can you dunk?
No, my problem was I never had the jump. That was my problem.
You fucking play power forward and center. You can't dunk. I mean, I played power forward too, but it was fucking 10th grade.
Yeah, I used to play with a guy that was 6'6" and he still couldn't dunk. He could barely get off the ground. He was like, I don't know what it was, whether it was literally just height and no athleticism, but he was solid. He just couldn't bloody jump.
I had my own rim, right? And it was measured at fucking 10 foot, but it's been broken like 3 or 4 times. And I had it to where it looked like it was even goal. And
somebody just woke up.
Hello, everyone. How are you all?
Sorry,
I mean, I might have jerked the rim down about 3 inches and shoved the ball in, so that might have been my only dunk. But it was so unbelievable, I can't count it. It was ridiculous. Like I got to a point to where I was slapping glass, and I could like finger roll and nick the rim. But one day I like jerked on it and stuffed the ball in. But I can't count that. So I don't think I've ever dunked. Dunking the ball. Did it sound sexual? I missed the innuendo. I didn't hear it.
You just jerked it up and crammed the ball, stuffed the ball in or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Jerk the rim down and stuff. Yeah. I don't know, man. I wish I could jump. I never could jump like that. I always busted my ankles. Did you ever have ankle problems? Spidey?
I did my ankle once. I was actually very lucky. I had plenty of like popped fingers and dislocations in my fingers and stuff, but I only ever had one major injury, and I tore 7 ligaments in my ankle.
Oh, see, I would sprain my ankle a lot. Like they call it basketball
I was actually
ankle.
pretty lucky to have one major injury in 30 years of basketball. Was actually very lucky.
Well, I mean, it's ridiculous. You play 30 years of basketball and you sprain your ankle one time, because usually basketball players, that's the first thing that happens. You sprain their ankle.
Yeah, either knees or ankles. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. They have to have a term called basketball ankle. It hurts like a motherfucker, like the worst you'll ever feel it, but it heals faster than anybody else because you've done it so many times.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
Yeah, I had a mate who I used to play with, like in a lot of teams. He'd done both ankles, both knees, like multiple times. But he loved the game so much that he'd just get himself right and just start playing again. He just couldn't, he couldn't stop, and it's just like, dude, you need to retire because otherwise you're going to end up in a wheelchair. But he just kept going. He just kept going. He just kept doing it. Kept breaking a knee or busting an ankle or something. He just kept going.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, I never stubbed my fingers like a lot. Like I've done it a few times. I never fucked a knee up, but ankles, dude, hundreds of times, hundreds.
Yeah, I was extremely lucky. And I used to go hard. Like I would be one of those fearless players that if I was playing in a smaller role, I would go into the paint against all the big guys. I would not give a shit. I would just go hard at it. And even though I couldn't jump or couldn't dunk too well, or I couldn't dunk at all, I would still have tricky moves to get around the big boys.
You're pretty tall though, Simon. Like I was quite surprised because we were like.
I was actually surprised with you. I thought you'd be like 5.5 foot, and then I'm like, you're like a good 2 or 3 inches taller than me.
Yeah, you were pretty tall. I was, yeah. I've only got half an hour, so I thought I'd drop in, say hello, because I was my stream overran by like we were going through books like there was no tomorrow.
I was going to say, how'd your stream go?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, got amazing.
We're going through more 2000 AD stuff.
Yeah, we went through 152 to 299. Yeah, and then at the end of it, we went through the trade that we're doing. So we're doing this big trade. Me and All Sorts of Words, Ricky at All Sorts of Words, and yeah, we're both.
Oh, you're the guy getting the you're the guy getting the first Swampy.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. I've been hearing about this trade. Yeah, that's cool, man.
It's going well. It's good. I've got to get him a few more books. But yeah, it's I think we're both like what he's giving me, I'm blown away, and same for him as well.
Something about hold on, don't tell me. Something about a Judge Dredd, but it don't have stickers, but he don't mind. I don't know anything about the stickers. Is that something? I don't know if I just imagine it. No, it's there.
There it is.
Nice.
Number 2. Sorry, I'll bring you back up. Number 2, but that might not be the one I send him. I might send him a even better one than that. So I'm like, he doesn't want the stickers. So I'm like, okay. He wants to read it. Imagine that. He wants to read my book.
Yeah, I feel like you offered him the stickers, and he said, "No, it's okay. I want him without."
He said no. He's like, but again, we were looking through the books today, and it's just this. I'm still blown away. They're so good, and it's got all of these, creators that we know and love today, all started out there. So it's great. Like we've got Alan Moore stories. You've got Steve Gibbons. You've got you name it. Brian Boland early work, and it's not like really crappy work. It's like better than probably what he's doing now. Like it's
Dave Gibbons or Dave Gibbons?
Dave Gibbons. Sorry, my mistake. Thanks, Spidey.
That's all right. No, it's just like I haven't heard of this. Who's this Steve Gibbons guy?
Steve Gibbons, Dave Gibbons. There's just loads of them. Like Neil Gaiman, Grant Morrison. All of them was they all started sort of 2000 AD.
I'm about I'm about halfway there to my 181 Spidey. I'm gonna be so pumped, dude, when I get it.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, bro, it's gonna be awesome, dude. Like, about $500 or $600. That's not too bad. That's micromanageable. Like, I got about $200 or $300 worth of stuff that I've been wanting to sell, but I'm gonna have to get about $200 or $300 worth of stuff that I would like to keep too, or something. But that's okay, man. Like, it's gonna be sick to get the book.
Hey, Sean. K-pop. Yeah, you know the deal that I was talking about, Dave, that I've been working out with this guy from Sydney or whatever like that. It has now come to fruition.
Nice.
So I've made the first payment, and yeah, I'm just going to be making payments like every time I get paid or whatever like this for this. I think it worked out to be about an 80 book lot. But there's some a couple of the books he found were incomplete. A couple of the Journey and the Mystery books, unfortunately. Then I was really after those because Journey and the Mystery books are so rare here in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he pulled those 3 or 4 books out or whatever like that, and it's still about an 80 book lot. So I'm going to be paying that off for the next couple of months.
Hey Rob, I saw your video this week. I loved those Bronze Age horror reprints. They're great.
You're muted, Rob.
All the monsters dwell and where creatures roam stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I was sitting there going, "Geez, they're so good. Those books.
They're great, and you can't. They're inexpensive, really. I mean, I picked up like most of that stuff from that convention. Like I said in the video, I picked up probably 95% of the stuff I picked up from 2 vendors. One of them, like I had already been. Yeah, I'd gone through his eBay store and told him, I said, here's all the books I'm interested in. So he had them all set aside. It was like a quarter of a short box full of books waiting for me when I got there. The only book I was really wasn't dead set on that I asked him to bring was, it was Showcase. What the hell? What book was it? Hold on.
I was going to say that sounds like me at Yarraville Comic Fair last weekend when I bought like 99% of my books come from Dave, and then I bought like 1 more book from James, and that was it. And then I walked out, I was done.
It's usually how it works, though.
I tell you, man, this 181 isn't a desirable chase, but I'm hooked on the 4-digit books. So I think the next thing after 181, if I can get there, is going to be, dude, what would be sick is like a single-digit Superman or single-digit Batman. That would be fun. Because you could get them for like, I think they're undervalued, dude. They're,
as
like
long as there's not a major
7s.
key or anything. As long as it's not a major key, you might be able to just pick up a
there's
non-key issue one.
There's more keys in the Batman run, like Batman 3 is a key. It's like the first Catwoman suit and first appearance of somebody. I think the Mad Hatter, the real first Mad Hatter. That's like the other big book. Superman, I don't know that there's... I mean, of course, Superman 2 is probably expensive, but the first 3 or 4 are high. But after that, like, I see 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 for under 1,000 sometimes. I mean, they're like 0.5s and 1s, but...
Because most of the first, 10 or 15 issues have all got those yellow covers of the Superman.
Yeah, they're all yellow. The first 10 are yellow, I think.
Yeah.
Showcase 7. That was the book. Second appearance of the Challengers of the Unknown, which has got a great robot cover and stuff. But turned out I didn't pick it up because turned out it wasn't really the cover was barely hanging on, and I wanted something a little bit better. But yeah, it was nice because one of the second guy I went to that I deal business with, who had a lot of those books as well. When I pulled them out, I just put it in a stack. I said, "Okay, what are you gonna do?" And he added up. He goes, he shows me the calculator after he's added them all up. He goes, half that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, done. And he's the same guy that I got the deck for Detective Comics 411 from, where he had it on his wall at $350. And I said, well, what's my price on it? And he goes, $275. Well, all right, done.
I did the same with Simon last week.
Oh,
Like
I
literally
can't
just-
believe the deal Dave gave me. It was an absolute cracker of a deal because, like, I worked it out. It's like all those Tomb of Dracula and Werewolf by Night books, everybody sells for like $20, $30, $50 a shot over here. And Dave goes, I'll give them the order for like $5, $10 each. And I'm just like, hell yeah. I'll put a massive dint in my my runs then.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
Bingo dollar.
The guy that I was buying from, he's like, oh, his buddy was questioning him when he gave me the lot price on the books I was buying. He's like, oh, dude, he's just like, oh, I got those a while ago for next to nothing. Those like basically throw-in books in a lot I bought, so I'm not into them for hardly anything. And he's gonna freaking buy a lot of shit from me over the next, so I got no problem doing them for less than $5 a book. It's like.
And that's the thing, like it's all with like because we see a lot of the same, like especially down in Melbourne, we see a lot of the same dealers. Doesn't matter whether it's a big con or a small con or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some guys that are always like, you hear from other friends, oh, he's like I know like Simple Simon and I have talked about a guy named Bruce, and it's like, oh, he's super overpriced
In Australia.
In Australia,
A guy named Bruce. Never heard of that.
I know you've done that joke before too. And like, but the thing is though, I buy regularly from Bruce because he always has good books. They may be like at fair market value, but he knows I regularly buy off him. I'm a repeat customer, so he will give me better deals each time because it's about repeat customers. It's not about what can I make now. It's about he will come back to me if I look after him.
It's so funny, Bruce. I think Bruce bought my first. I had a really battered, rough copy of first. What's his name? MODOK, right?
Tails 94.
And I think I sold it for like $10 to him, and he goes, "Oh, what?" I said, "So what are you going to do? What are we going to do with this?" "I'll just flick it on eBay for $30." It's like, fair enough.
I like that book a lot. I feel like it's undervalued.
Yeah, it's really undervalued. Well, it'll be undervalued until they actually do MODOK properly.
Right.
Yeah, I liked the little dumb MODOK and Ant-Man. I wasn't mad at it, but I knew it wasn't going to be a success.
Yeah.
But it was true to form, dude. That's pretty much how MODOK is, dude.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a weird character, so I don't think they missed it. I think they got it about right.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of. I mean, they gave it a bit of an interesting background because, he would. It made sense that Darren Cross would go and be deformed when he shrank that way, right? Like that sort of made sense to me. But they could have played it a little bit differently, maybe.
Well, he's always been the bad guy that really like means to do bad, but it's not his form to really be winning. You don't usually win,
Yeah.
So he's a comical character. He fits in with Deadpool a lot. Like I got to learn a lot about MODOK when I was reading Gwenpool, because Gwenpool was with him for like 12 issues or something.
Yeah. Hey, I want to share this with you. It's a shame Legion's not here, right? Because he would love this.
Oh, he's been too big. He popped up earlier a couple of times and kept showing off his motorized Godzilla that lights up and shoots mist out of its mouth.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. That thing, I saw it. But he would watch this. You can see it. I mean, it's not a book, but I haven't got it in hand yet. It's coming.
Oh,
I've just shared it in the thing. Look at that.
Gorgo, the monster from the sea.
1961 movie.
Monster from the sea, but he's got no webbed fingers or toes.
He's got like he got like those weird ears. But the movie, I went back and watched the movie last night because I picked this up last night. And it's super cheap. Like, I think it was less than $100. And they're so like, I've seen one on Comic Link for like 1,000. But yeah, it's like,
K-pop wants one.
Look how good is that? It's just amazing. So
who's the publisher on that?
It's Ditko Art inside. I don't know who the publisher is.
It's It almost looks like an Australian reprint. Like it looks like that newspaper sort of
Charlton.
print. Oh, it's a Charlton book. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Looks
it's
like a
Charlton.
Charlton. Looks like
It's
one.
Charlton, illustrated by Steve Ditko, and it's the UK Pence one. So yeah, happy to get that just purely for the Godzilla link.
Oh,
and
purely to give Legion a hard time.
Apparently, here's the other thing. So I was doing a bit of research on it. It appears that John Carpenter, in his USC days, when he was like a student, basically did a Gorgo versus Godzilla movie.
Okay.
Which will never see the light of day, but that there exists a print somewhere of Gorgo versus Godzilla.
You know that? I think I saw. What are the wrestlers called? The Iron Claw guys.
Oh, the guys
Texas
that are doing
Tornado.
the movie at the moment.
Yeah, Texas Tornado and all them. Anyways, they were doing like a documentary, and they said they had a comic book. I tried to find it. I couldn't find anything about it. I thought that was neat.
I've just read Bob's comment. Rob,
I got something for you, Dave. I think we talked about this before, but
we did talk. Yes. 9/6.
1951.
Jeez.
That Tip Top Comics at Australian.
9/6. I don't even know how that exists. Like,
well, it's crazy to do. Check it out. It's a 9/6.
Yeah.
A big corner chip
on
there.
that corner. What the hell? Do you know what they did? Do you remember there was a Captain? I can't remember. Swagglehouse did a video of it, and it was
there's a Captain America. Was like a 9/9 or something, and it's got like all kinds of
And it just had smudge all over it and everything.
So here's the thing: like I do know that it obviously gets the bump of the Golden Age bump, right?
Yeah.
But that is the flaw on
That's
the
the
book.
one flaw.
Yeah, like when you look at everything else on this book, the corners are sharp. It's square. There's not a spine tick in the frickin' the thing whatsoever. That is the one issue is that corner.
Yeah. And maybe they do. I mean, again, it'd be good to. They don't cover that in the guide at all about how they do the weighting on the different eras. Like they should sort of make that be a bit clear on that, because I'm doing the grading competition at the moment on the boards, and at the moment there's just so much gold that they're putting up there, gold and silver stuff, and I'm just not picking it at all. It's so hard to grade it.
Yeah, no. That was I had picked up 2 of these Buck Rogers books, and so it was like this one and one other. The other one came back a 6.5 refurbished.
Oh, really?
So slight color touch. I was like, "Let's not a fuck,
damn it!"
But this one, when I pulled this one out of the box that time, then 9/6, because I submitted this as a raw book, and I was like,
you must have fell off your chair when you opened this.
I literally fucking couldn't believe it. It was absolutely. I was like, "There's no fucking way."
So if it didn't have that corner, it might have been a 9/8.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean,
if you're saying that's literally the only flaw.
The only thing that I see, I mean, it does have off-white to white pages, but apparently I've seen 9/8s with off-white to white pages. Apparently, not having white pages doesn't count you from not getting a 9/8. It seems to me that a 9/8 should have to have white pages, but that's just.
I just find it like that's what Dave was saying. It's like. Because like our old reprints are all that newspaper print. They're not glossy.
That's what this is.
Yeah, they're not glossy, covers and stuff to protect.
It's never going to be white pages though, Rob. Like you're not going to get at that age.
No, not of this paper either. Yeah, this age, this paper is. Well, I mean, white pages are different than white pages from a modern book because the paper itself, the natural state of the paper was already has the brown hue to it, but still, yeah. No, this is because I submitted. I had a World's Finest number 34 that I had submitted as a raw book that came back, and when I remember when I got it and I looked at it, I said, "Dude, this thing might get white pages," and it came back 6.5 white pages.
White pages.
And it was a 1944, I think it was. It was absolutely blew my mind. I mean, I don't have that. I can't. I loved that book, but I traded that book at Heroes Con last year to another vendor to get my my first Falcon.
We were looking when we went through the videos this morning because the 2080s are all newsprint, and they were all like you could see the foxing to the different books.
Yeah,
they've got to be stored absolutely perfectly.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and especially over here, CJ, because it's like, yeah, as we said, like ours is most of our reprints from that era. It's all newspaper print style books, so it's very hard to get high grades of that stuff. So that's just a 1 in a million almost.
Mate, I think Melbourne's better than some of the other places in Australia because it's dry heat, right? Like it doesn't get as much moisture as
we still get a lot of humidity, but it's not an all year round. Like it's not like Queensland where like they have humidity a lot of the time.
I'd hate to store my books there. I'd be like, what?
Yeah, I don't know how they do it up there. But
what's CJ saying? White pages on pulps. Yeah, that'll be in. When's that start again? That's soon, right? They're starting to grade those.
I don't know. Yeah, soon they've announced it. Yeah, I didn't pay attention because I was like, wow, I'm not going down the pulp rabbit hole. Thanks. I mean, they got great covers. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah,
that's the problem. The only problem with that's going to be is that it's going to take pulps that you used to be able to pick up for $10, and also now they're going to be 30 and 40, $50.
Yeah, same old stuff.
But
anyone talk? Are we not allowed to talk about wrestling anymore?
MadSpidey's not a fan.
What about comic book wrestling?
You got a comic book wrestling?
Did you see it? Did you see we're doing a comic book wrestling match, comic collecting Clash of Champions on Monday. No, yeah, Monday your time. Mon Comics has been on it. So if you ever want to go in the ring and fight with your comic books, Ricky's looking for people to join.
Well, I'm actually on the one after this week, I think.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant.
Yep. Yep.
Have you done your video already?
Not yet. We haven't done the video, but I did my intro.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's good. I really enjoyed it. It's such a fun thing.
Yeah, I love comic book wrestling. That's my main thing on my channel.
No, Joe. I don't have any pulps.
I have some. My LCS actually has like 10 of them I need to buy.
No, you need to save for your 181 before you buy them.
No, I know, yeah.
Stay on focus.
I am. I did buy a emulator for $100, but that was just to bribe my girlfriend because I'm spending a lot of money.
I gotta look. 29.
I knew I'd have to buy her something.
So what are you even chasing, Dave? Like at the moment, like, are you actually chasing any big boy books, or are you just trying to run Phil?
Well, I'm still after FF1. Still after, if we're talking big boy books, FF1, Avengers 1, AF15. But I'm like realistic about those. It's going to take years.
I thought you already had all.
Avengers 1's not hard. The other two.
I know, but it's like I'm
depends on the grade.
Yeah, it's grade. Exactly. It's grade, and then it's also Pence copy. Like I'm Pence copy.
Okay, that becomes
that
does limit.
Copy?
I want a Pence copy.
Yeah,
like,
that does limit your selection greatly.
Yes,
But
exactly.
it probably makes it cheaper too if you do find one. Usually the pencils are cheaper.
It does, but I think that's part of the reason why I'm chasing them, because I'm convinced it's not going to last.
Yeah, that's a dumb thing to. I'm not saying what you're doing is dumb. I'm saying it's dumb that it isn't priced the same because it's the same year.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's my argument. We'll see. And I am doing.
I would love it.
More. Yeah, I'm doing more. I was just looking. Jim Chung's at Emerald City, so I'll be trying to do another one with him. There's not a lot of guests at Emerald City, to be honest. It's really weird. Like, I think David Mack's there, and that's pretty much
because they usually get a pretty decent, like guest list for, especially for Artist Alley creators and stuff like that. They generally have a decent list, but
it's mostly modern folk. Like very, very, very actor / TV show heavy rather than creator heavy.
Yeah, it sounds like our big conventions.
Yeah. Mike Zeck's coming to Supernova, though. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I knew about that. I'm probably about 80 to 90% sure he will not be doing any sketching at all because he has pretty much quit that altogether. He'll sign books, but I don't think. I need to talk to the guy who looks after Artist Alley, Royd, he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
I don't think there'll be, even if he's coming over here for the first time, I don't think he'll do any special preference for us. If he does, I think it'll be a lot of dollars, and I probably wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. So, but I need to pay off this deal anyway, so I probably won't be doing many cons for the next couple of months.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. At least you got your deal you want. Hopefully there won't be no more mega deals you can't cash in on now. Hopefully everything's cool. You know what I mean?
Oh, trust me. After this deal, I think I'll have to take it easy for a little while. Like it's not a lot of dollars in the grand scheme of things, but it's still a lot of dollars for me. So,
Just CJ's put a question for me. I'm going to answer it. I'm only doing it because I'm over there. Like, I'm actually looking forward to WonderCon more than Emerald City. You're right. Emerald City it used to be great. I think it's dropped off. It's just, it's a weird con now, that one. Yes, Heroes and possibly Baltimore.
Oh, nice. Well, I'll be at Heroes.
Yeah, Heroes, I'm so looking forward to it because everyone's going to be there.
Yeah. And it's such a great con.
It's a great con.
Oh,
so
geez.
good. Great dealers, amazing creators. Like, it's just stacked. Even now, if you look at the guest list, it's like...
Yeah. And Lee's coming too.
Yeah.
Nice.
He hasn't, I don't know whether have you had any interaction with Lee yet? I don't think you have. From Whack Comics. No, I don't think Dave's actually met Lee yet or spoken with Lee yet. That'll be an interesting time you're meeting Lee.
Was that the starting video for your?
He's in it. He's in his Spidey's Outback.
Intro.
Yeah, his
In the
Lee
countdown?
done up as Crocodile Dundee.
Right.
Crocodile Dunley.
Yeah. Yeah, Lee and Tyler. You've probably heard of Tyler. Obviously, he's those two make up Whack Comics. They started in the. He's fortunate not to have met Lee. They started. They were one of the COVID boomers as well that started their channel in that sort of era. But they're known, like, if you've never been introduced to any of their videos, it's definitely a culture shock. Because they will, like, their thing is literally destroying books, like ripping up books and doing weird, like what they call whack hacks, like putting like baked beans in a bloody comic book bag, and you have to see it to believe what it is.
When I was on the show, the guest, my whack hack was because I also was a big thing with barbecue was I took a slab, a PGX slab. cracked it open, pulled the book out, and tore the pages out to use it to wrap the meat inside the smoker, like a Texas crutch. And
yeah,
here's the secret. It was a slab that I had already cracked the book out of, and it had the slab, and it was a piece of shit, beat up X-Men 2099 book that I had laying around that was a reject from a collection I'd gotten. So I put it inside the case and put a couple pieces of Scotch tape down the side of the case to hold it together for the purpose of the gimmick. But
all right, look, I gotta go because I gotta go and take little one to choir, and then I may be back on.
Wow,
but good to see you.
We may not be here.
Yeah, you might not be here. Like, yeah. What? Just before I go, Big, what's the wrestler name? Are you allowed to say?
Oh, my channel is the Immortal Biggie Shack. Well, I've done more wrestling stuff in the past, but I'm basically like the Hulk Hogan of the community. So I just like to say brother a lot, and I'm a Hulk Hogan fan. I'm lucky no one stole my gimmick from me yet. I'm surprised. It's been 6 years. No one else has done a Hogan, but I appreciate it.
Very good.
Not yet. I'm sure someone will. But
well, I don't qualify, so
no one rocks a feather boa like you, Biggie.
No.
Thank you. Yeah, my claim to fame is that I feel like people think I'm a prick for saying this, but I was doing the comic book wrestling promos before, and I never seen anybody do it, and I started doing it, and then a lot of people started doing it. So I like to think like that's kind of what I brought to the community was, I think wrestling and promos and comic books mashed together well. And now there's a lot of channels to do that stuff. So I'm really proud of everybody that does.
Yeah, I put Biggie's link in the description so you can click on that, Dave. And
I think I'm already I think I may already be following.
Quite
yeah, it's
possible.
Mega Power Hours. I got a playlist. Me and my boy Comic Head 84, he did a Macho Man. So did about 2 years of that. It was pretty fun.
Yeah. All right, gents. Great to see you all. Have a great Sunday or Saturday.
Later, man. Good seeing you. That guy's a legend. Everybody likes that guy. Yeah,
I was actually very surprised Dave didn't have an Avengers one or anything like that. Like obviously going for a Pence because he's got like all that. Like he's got like the Hulk one and the Spidey one and all the others behind him. I thought he had the whole lot.
Yeah, that's if he's looking for a Pence variant, that definitely whittles it down.
I was going to say if he wants an amazing Pence variant, he might be able to swap your Pence variant for his US variant.
I don't think he'd want mine. Mine's pretty low grade.
Hey, you still got one.
Yep. What the fuck? We got fireworks going off.
That's what I was thinking, buddy. You know, when I bought all those books off Dave, because a lot of those Tomb of Draculas and Werewolves are all Pence variants, and I'm like,
someone's setting off fireworks.
Oh,
go tell them to cut the shit out. Hey, stop blowing fireworks in my neighborhood. No, it's the Super Bowl weekend. Of course they are.
Yeah, everybody's celebrating before it's even started.
Yeah. First time I heard of like a non-American book was years ago when I was a young collector, Biggie Shack. I don't know, about 6 years ago. And I was going after Amazing Spider-Man Annual 1. And I started seeing when I looked in the listings like Canadian variant. And I'm like, it's about $50 to $100 cheaper than the American ones. Maybe I should go for it. And I started asking all the old heads. Like back then it was people like Silver Age Dave and Metarog and people like that. And they said, nah, Biggie, the American version's the way to go. Like if you're going to get it and you want to feel complete and get in the book, you need to get American. I'm like, well, you ain't got to tell me twice, dude. I guess that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I used to be a little bit fussed with that in the early days, but then I thought at the end of the day, I just want the book, especially if I'm just trying to collect a run. I'm like, if it's going to end up saving me money, or because of rarity over here, like, because they're very hard to find, like especially those 2 runs that I'm going after, they're very hard and very expensive, even for filler issues. They're expensive over here, so I'm like, I just gave up on that. I'm like, if it's a difference between spending $50 on a book that's a filler run book to $15 or $20, I'll just get the $15 or $20 pence variant or whatever it is. Because I have a few Australian, when I first started collecting comics, when they used to be in the local news agents, there used to be a lot of Australian priced variants. Because that's, we actually obviously, developed them over here and things like that. It's exactly the same book. It's just literally just says AUD instead of USD on it.
Well,
but it's actually become some certain Australian priced variants are actually a lot more expensive to buy now than the US counterpart because of the rarity of them.
I feel like there's a threshold now when it comes to the big mega grails. Like when I say mega grails, I'm talking like X-Men 1 or FF1 and ASM 1 and all that. A Canadian variant I'm not too interested in, but a Pence I am more interested in, because I feel like it's the same book, it's just got a Pence stamp on it. Now, if it was like a FF52, I'd want American. If it was like something smaller, but the bigger books, like I wouldn't mind a Pence. And then the other thing I want to bring up is so the shit, I have a problem with this word now. You said refrigerated earlier today, and I thought that was funny. You said something like that. Refrigerated or some shit. What's the word? Restored. Right. So, like with a Batman 1 or a Tech 27, I think I think the smart move is to get the restored. Because a lot of the slight restoration is just like slight collar touch, stuff like that. So I would much rather pay $10,000 less or more than that in some cases for a touched up restored book. And I think that's really smart. There should be a conversation about that somewhere. Now, not with small books, not like a ASM 41 or something.
I'm with you. I understand.
Yeah, but the price gap is so huge, it's almost dumb to get a blue label, But I gotta get out of here. My kid's welling, he's getting late, but I appreciate
Thank you
y'all.
for reminding me what the actual word was. I kept forgetting I kept saying restored or refurbished, but I meant restored. I knew refurbished was wrong. That's for electronics and stuff that are being redone, but I was drawing a blank on it. So cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it happens to me too. All right, guys.
All right, Biggie. Take it easy, brother.
CJ, no, I didn't tell him to get off my lawn. I just had to go watch it because somebody was launching fireworks 2 houses down in their backyard. And the problem is I have these big solar sails across my backyard. And so I have to watch if they're doing that stuff in case any of those embers come down. If they land, because I've basically got cloth stretched out parallel to the ground. If it catches any of that, they'll ignite and burn up the house. So I gotta watch for that stuff.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I've heard somebody say, I don't know whether it's true or not. I've heard somebody say that with some books, the Pence variants actually literally came out a little bit earlier than the American ones, maybe because of the way you have to ship them over there or something like that.
I've speculated. I was talking before about that myself. It's like that on some of those things, they were all printed. Guys setting off more. They were all printed basically at the same time. What they would do, but they would print oftentimes the Pence ones first because you get there's a smaller run, get those done first, get them shipped out because they got to go transatlantic, and then they'd go and print the US one, run them through with the other cover with the US pricing on it. So that was my theory. I don't know if that's accurate because I don't think that early on Marvel was printing them locally. So, but I don't know that for certain. I'm just speculating.
Yeah, no, I've heard a couple of people mention that before, and I'm like, as I said, I'm not 100% sure what the truth is to that, or not that it really matters at the end of the day, because you know, most people will just chase the book itself, regardless of what
And I
variant
know
it
that the
is.
street date or the date listed on my Pence ASM1 is the same street date or release date as is listed on the American version. So
yeah. So let's see. Definitely, in some cases, the British copies came out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd heard I heard a couple of people mention it before. Just it's a bit interesting, but
all right, this guy's gonna keep setting off fireworks for some dumb reason. I'm gonna have to go fucking
pop a cap in his ass.
I don't know why they're setting off fireworks. I mean, other than it's not like there's a holiday or anything else. It's just like some dumbass. Oh, I forgot to set these off.
Yeah. Oh, they're the expiry date's just about to hit. I better use them or something.
I don't know.
Nah, anyway. That's cool. That's all right. We'll end it here anyway. I've got a few things to do anyway, and I probably need to get some rest. I've been up since 5:30 this morning.
Some bastard who airs his show so damn early that makes you get up.
Oh, yeah, I'm not looking forward to no daylight savings when it starts at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh God. But yeah, thank you everybody who has jumped into the panel. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you to everybody who's been in the chat and hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. We will end it with take care and peace
Go
out.
Niners.